Good evening. Good evening. I'm Shakura Adamafanian, Chair of the Board, and I'd like to welcome you to our May board meeting. I'd like to also welcome my fellow board members, Michelle Yan. Oh, sorry. I was just practicing. Just kidding. Okay. Good evening. I am Shakura Adamafanian, Chair of the Board, and I'd like to welcome you to our May board meeting. I'd first like to acknowledge that there was no sound on the video. However, to go to our YouTube channel to be able to hear the video. I'd also like to welcome my fellow board members, Vice Chair Michelle Yan, Secretary Maura Marino, Treasurer Carissa Stanley Beatty, Board Member Leah Crucy, Board Member Tony Williams, and Jim, who will be joining us later. Before we begin tonight's meeting, I want to acknowledge the powerful video we just watched. 30 Years Strong is a beautiful reminder that the story of DC public charter schools is first and foremost a story about students. Without a single interview or narrated word, the video said so much. Watching students pass learning tools from one generation to the next, and notebooks to laptops, tablets, and AI, was a striking visual of how much education has evolved over the past 3 decades. But what stood out most is that while the tools have changed, the mission has not. To ensure that every DC student receives a quality education that makes them feel valued and prepares them for lifelong learning, fulfilling careers, and economic security. Tonight, we celebrate 30 years of impact. This evening's meeting will include an extended public comment period as we hear from the people who helped build, shape, and strengthen this sector. Charter school founders, current and former school leaders, teachers, alumni, current students, and others from across the public charter community. We invited every public charter school to participate because this sector's history is rich, layered, and deeply personal to so many in our city. And for me, it is personal. I am a native Washingtonian. I remember the birth of the public charter school movement and the conversations about what they could mean for families. Early in my school journey, my mother exercised school choice in the most DC way possible by standing in line at a school that she deemed excellent for me and with hopes of getting a slot for myself, for me. The act of advocacy, hope, and determination actually shaped my life and my educational experience. And now, as a parent myself, I understand that different way. I exercise that same responsibility with the same hopes every parent carries that their child will be seen, challenged, supported, and given every opportunity to thrive. That's what makes tonight especially meaningful. Behind every policy discussion, accountability conversation, and board vote are families making deeply important decisions about their students' future. Over 30 years, DC public charter schools have helped redefine public education in this city. Not because they are perfect, but because they are created possibilities, innovation, and options for families who wanted something different, something stronger, or something that better fit their students' needs. And while to honor this milestone, it is also a moment of reflection. 30 years invites us to honor the founders who took risks, the educators who built the students who walked through those doors, and the families who placed their trust in something. I am looking forward to hearing from our public witnesses this evening and reflecting on both where we've been and where the next 30 years may take us. With that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Walker Davis.
Thank you, Chair Adamafanian. 30 years. 30 years of public charter schools in Washington, D.C. 30 years of bold ideas, hard decisions, innovation, accountability, and most importantly, impact on students and families across this city. And the truth is, there's no way to fully tell the story of the last 3 decades in just a few minutes. But I do want to reflect on what this milestone really represents, because 30 years of impact do not happen by accident. They are the result of stewardship, tough choices, sustained advocacy, and an unwavering commitment to students. The DC Public Charter School Board was created at the very beginning of this movement, rooted in a bold belief that public education in our city could look different, work differently, and better serve students if schools had the freedom to innovate and the responsibility to deliver. That second part matters because public charter schools were never meant to be innovation without accountability. They were meant to be both. And after 30 years, this board, alongside the professional staff, has carried that responsibility. This has meant saying yes to bold ideas before others believed they could work. It has meant approving new schools, supporting successful campuses ready to grow, and helping schools reorganized when it preserved quality options for families. And yes, it has also meant making difficult decisions. Closing schools is never easy. It impacts students, families, educators, and entire communities. Since 1996, this board has closed or accepted the relinquishment of 80 campuses. Those are never easy decisions, but they are necessary when our responsibility is to protect students. But accountability is not optional. It is the promise we make to families that quality matters, public trust matters, and students only get one shot at their education. Over the years, this work has also required advocacy, because while public charter schools are public schools, the fight for equitable funding has been far too familiar. Year after year, and yes, even this year, we've had to advocate for every dollar to flow fairly through the per pupil funding formula, because every public student in Washington, D.C. deserves equitable investment, regardless of where they attend school. Equity cannot just be something we talk about. It has to show up in budgets, policies, and decisions. That's stewardship too. And when you look at the numbers, the impact is undeniable. In 1996, just 160 students attended a DC public charter school. Today, more than 48,000 students do, nearly half of all public school students in the district. That didn't happen by accident either. It happened because families wanted quality options, because educators built schools from the ground up, because founders took risks, and because this board held schools to high standards while creating the conditions for innovation to thrive. Before My School DC, there was Your Charter, Your Choice, a reminder of just how far this movement has come in making access simpler and more equitable for families. Our work has evolved. DCPCSB has been repeatedly recognized as one of the country's leading charter school authorizers because we hold schools accountable, operate transparently, focus on equity, and keep students at the center of every decision. And when the pandemic disrupted everything we knew about education, public charter school leaders moved quickly to reimagine learning, support families, and meet students' needs in real time. As the authorizer, we had to evolve too, stepping closer to school operations than usual to help navigate an unprecedented moment while staying grounded in our core responsibility to students. Through every challenge, every shift, and every season of growth, the mission has remained the same: students first. So tonight, we honor 30 years of impact and the people behind it. To everyone who has been a part of this story, board members, staff, school leaders, educators, founders, and the families who choose public charter schools, thank you. The story belongs to all of you, and I believe that the next chapter can be even stronger. Thank you, Chair Adamafania.
Thank you, Dr. Walker Davis. At the beginning of every board meeting, we reserve time to hear testimony from members of the public who've signed up to speak. Each speaker will have up to 2 officials may speak for up to 5 minutes. If you have additional thoughts you'd like to share beyond your allotted time, we welcome written testimony, which can be emailed to public.comment@dcpcsb.org. To register to speak or submit written comment, please visit our website at dcpcsb.org under the Public Comment tab. You can also email comments to public.comment@dcpcsb.org or leave voicemail testimony by calling 202-26 and selecting option 2. All submitted comments are available on our website. As I call your name, you will be promoted pool and unmuted. Let's hear first from Antoine Robert Bolamba. I hope I'm saying your name properly. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Chair Adamafania, we don't have Antoine in the pool.
All right, very good. Thank you. All right, next person, Noemi Vasquez.
Nor do we have Ms. Vasquez.
Thank you. Tiffany Aziz, I see you in the queue. Welcome, Tiffany. Did I pronounce your last name correctly?
Yes, and I'm sorry about the window here. However, I did type up my testimony, so I will say within the 2 minutes. Okay. So good evening, board members, school officials, and families. My name is Tiffany Aziz. I'm a former board commissioner for 4 charter schools, a current district government employee of 11 years, a community leader and advocate, a district homeowner, and most importantly, I'm a mother. My daughter Paris is a bright, gifted young woman. She is an athlete, a scholar. She dreams of attending the University of Maryland to major in math. She deserves a safe, supportive learning environment. Unfortunately, that is not what she received at Girls Global Academy Public Charter School. Since beginning 10th grade in August of 2025, Paris has faced relentless harassment, bullying, and multiple unprovoked physical attacks. Each time, school officials turned a blind eye. As someone with deep experience in education governance, I attempted repeatedly to build a positive rapport with the staff and offer solutions. Instead, I was met with distance, dismissal, and silence. When I realized that both my daughter's safety and my voice as a parent was being ignored, I reached out to the Educational and Healthcare Ombudsman, the Office of Human Rights, the school board, the charter school board, council members' offices, as well as other community partners that I have worked with in past. Only that I saw a shift toward, not toward accountability, but toward retaliation. The school took a backseat approach to every issue, even as the violence escalated. I contacted the police multiple times. I sought out to get a temporary protective order so my daughter could simply attend school safely. Meanwhile, staff continued to place her in direct contact with a student she had a no contact order with. After a week of bullying with this particular student, including having her breakfast taken, being pushed by a chair, and repeatedly reporting incidents to staff, my daughter was finally physically attacked by this young lady. She defended herself, and the school decided to suspend my daughter and viewed her as like a mutual aggressor. Then, without explanation, I was wrongfully barred from the school based on false accusations issued only after I contacted again the OHR. This is not just negligence, this is serious harm. Girls Global Academy has become unsafe for students and for the community. Anyone who walks through Gallery Place, Chinatown Corridor, sees the daily fights involving Girls Global students. This is not a school environment, it is a crisis. So I asked the board, as you sit in your seats, why do parents no longer have a voice? Why are known bullies allowed to continue to access and terrorize other children? Why are victims being treated as aggressors? Why must a school supply list include bandages, ice packs, casts, and lawyers? Does the restorative policy actually work? And it doesn't. Why is violence allowed to continue unchecked? Our children deserve safety. Our families deserve respect, and our community deserves better. Paris, my daughter, has been failed multiple times and now punished for only doing the right thing. My daughter did everything she was asked to do, and I just simply advocated on her behalf and now had to be faced with consequences. I urge you to take these issues seriously, as my voice do not disappear, guys. It's only going to get louder. I also wanted to share just this photo. This is just one of the attacks that happened. Sorry for the light. That happened with my daughter. I don't know. Okay, that's better. Cuts in her head, black eyes. And of course, as a mom, also as a community advocate, I definitely want to raise this as a serious concern. She's no longer at Girls Global. However, I am still fighting the barring notice because it was wrongfully placed on me. I'm sorry. I know you guys are celebrating 30 years. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but my daughter doesn't deserve this. She deserves a wonderful high school experience. And due to what's going on, she cannot get that. And now she feels punished and is questioning, should I be fighting like the rest of them? Why am I being punished? So please hear my voice and hear Paris's voice. My voice, again, it's only going to get louder. Thank you.
Ms. Aziz, thank you so much for your comments this evening and for taking the time to share your perspective with the board. We appreciate your engagement and your willingness to bring your concerns forward. Again, much appreciation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will have Dianca Iyul. And I want to apologize ahead of time if I didn't say your name properly. And actually, we'll bring up together Dianca Iyul and Elliot Iyul.
Chair Adamafani, I don't have either one of those in queue.
Okay, thank you so much. And if we see them, Sparkle, let's bring them back up. All right, thank you so much.
No
Next,
problem.
we will hear from Jessica Young. And then Sparkle, we'll bring on deck Kimon Vasquez. But let's bring two at a time. So let's start with Jessica Young.
I'm sorry, Chair, I don't see Jessica either.
Okay, thank you so much, Sparkle. What of Kimon Bosquez?
Chair Adamafanian,
Yes.
I don't see either participant.
Okay, very good. If we can just continue to keep watch during the public comment period in case they show up. Thank you. In recognition of tonight's 30-year milestone, the remainder of our public comment time will be dedicated to hearing from school leaders and other community members and charter sector partners. All schools, again, were invited to participate. Let's hear from them now. Let's begin with hearing from Michael Toussaint, and then we will also invite Peter Anderson up to speak.
Unfortunately, Chair, neither of those are in the pool either.
Okay, no worries. Okay, so actually I'm gonna pause and go back to the other comments because I'm getting notification. Can we promote Myron? I apologize, I don't have his name in front of me.
Yes,
but
we'll
Mom.
promote Myron.
yes, thank you. Myron, please apologize. I do remember your last name. It was a moment. Welcome, Myron. We saw that your hand was raised. Ah, very good.
No worries. The student is here because they didn't have a computer, so they're here with me. Sorry.
Wonderful.
Go ahead.
Kimon, can you pronounce your name for me, please? Your last name?
Vasquez.
Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Kimon Vasquez. I'm a student in the 7th grade. I'm testifying for social justice school. If I had to use 2 words to describe this school, it would be authenticity and dedication. They have a great, talented staff that I can tell that are not just passionate about teaching, but also at assuring that students at this school can grow the best they ever can, creatively, ethically, and competently. The mantra of love, learning, and liberation are not just mere words, but the school actually puts them into practice. Supporting race inclusivity promotes growth and dexterous students thinking. The school also encourages students to see from different perspectives to help resolve real-world issues. To further expand on this, SJS focuses on not merely getting middle schoolers equipped for high school, but also for their adult lives. They teach students on how to design intuitive solutions for real-world problems to ultimately create a more just world. This endeavor gravitates the concept of pushing students to think and pushing them to create. It forces students early to stand for change they desire and to see in the world, forcing students as well to think outside of the box and step outside their comfort zone. Overall, Social Justice School is great because of its mission to create scholar activists. The encouragement for intellectual thinking, their staff, and their significant impact on the ideals they may have on your kid as they grow up. Thank you for allowing me to propose my testimony.
Thank you so much, Kimon, for your testimony. Much appreciation.
Chair
Thank you.
Adamafanian,
Yes, ma'am.
can we have Ashley Simpson Baird, please? I promoted her.
Thank you so much.
Hi, Ashley, can you hear us?
Ashley,
Looks
I'm
like
not
you're on
sure.
mute.
Yep, there you go. You're on mute. There you go.
Okay.
Sorry, this is not one. Yeah.
Sir, can you
Welcome,
start
Ashley.
with
Go
your
ahead.
name, please? Thank
Yeah, my
you.
name is Antoine Bolamba. Just waiting if you would like to help me to testify. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Please proceed.
Yes, thank you so much for the time. My name is Antoine Roger Bolamba, and I am a student at Bria Public Charter School. I am originally from the Democratic Republic of Congo, and I came to the United States almost 11 years ago. Most recently, I worked for the Voice of America. It's practically the Africa's service as a journalist and communications professional. But after major layoff eliminated most of most of the non-English language services, I lost my job. At the same time, I was already facing personal challenges as a widowed father raising 4 sons on my own. My oldest son just turned 21, and my youngest is 13 years old. Losing my job created a very difficult situation for my family. I first learned about Bria through Mary Center, where my children and I receive healthcare services. People there encouraged me to enroll at Bria to improve my English and explore career training opportunities. Today, I am taking advanced English classes, and I hope to continue into Bria's medical assistant program. Bria has become much more than a school for me. It is a community and a family. The teachers and the staff make the students feel welcomed and supported. As an immigrant parent, I appreciate that Bria understands the challenges families face. Finding stable work, supporting children, improving English skills, and building a better future. What I especially value about Bria is its two generation model. Bria supports parents while also understanding the needs of our children and families. That support matters deeply, especially during difficult time. I also appreciate that Bria prepares students for real careers. Bria's workforce programs deliver strong outcomes, with 97% of students employed at graduation. That gives a student like me hope that education can lead directly to stability and opportunity for our families. I respectfully ask the board to renew Bria's charter so the school can continue serving families and parents who need education, workforce training, and support. Schools like Bria are essential for immigrant families and for communities across Washington, D.C. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify today.
And thank you, Mr. Balumba, for your comments and for taking the time to share your perspective with the board this evening. We truly appreciate your engagement. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. To the public, just want to acknowledge some of participants have been able to connect, and so we're going to go back really quickly just to ensure that we get their testimony on record. I will now turn it over to. Are you there? Okay, I see you, Jessica. Please go ahead.
I am. My apologies. I'm older since SB Awards, so I'm in the hallway at his school now trying to connect. So I appreciate your understanding for my tardiness. So, dear members of the DC Public Charter Board, as a parent of a student at Social Justice School, I am writing to share my strong support for the school's move into its new permanent building at 5455 3rd Street Northwest. It feels especially meaningful to write this letter during the anniversary of the School Reform Act legislation, that created the opportunity for schools like social justice to exist in Washington, D.C. SJS represents exactly what that vision made possible, a community-centered school rooted in academic rigor, social activism, and a belief that young people can become school activists who are designers of a more just world. In times like these, we need more schools like SJS and more young people who are being prepared to lead with courage, critical thinking, and compassion. SJS has been in modular classrooms for some time now. While those spaces have served their purpose, it is clear that having a real permanent school building will make a tremendous difference for students and staff. This has been a long journey, and moving into a proper space will provide our students with a stable, welcoming environment where they can learn, grow, and thrive. I also deeply appreciate how SJS has kept impaired updates and listened closely to parents and community feedback every step of the way. They have also worked closely with community leaders, including ANC 5A, to ensure they remain a responsible and engaged neighbor in the community. Our entire family enjoys the family nights hosted at SJS because they allow us to connect with staff and other families in a relaxed and joyful environment. These gatherings are also an important way for families to share resources and stay connected to what is happening in the broader community. A new cohesive space will only strengthen and explain this type of programming. Academically, SJS continues to impress. During the 24-25 school year, the school demonstrated strong academic growth and outperformed many middle schools across DC. As a parent, I see firsthand how dedicated the teachers and staff are to helping every child succeed. They do not simply teach to minimum standards, they push students towards their fullest potential while also nurturing who they are as people. My very shy son has been able to thrive and find his voice thanks to the support he has received. Having a permanent building will provide stability not only for students, but also for the families and staff. It will allow the schools to continue to build deep roots in Ward 5 and to plan confidently for the future. For all these reasons, I wholeheartedly encourage you to approve SJS move into its new building. This is an exciting and important milestone for the school, the community, and the children it serves. Thank you for your time and consideration.
And thank you for your comments this evening. It's much appreciated. And again, enjoy the SB Awards. That's awesome.
Yeah, he's an athlete.
That's amazing.
He's a graduating
Congratulations. That's incredible. Tell him we said congratulations.
I will. Thank
All
you.
right. All right. Take care.
Chair, I just want to check in with Ashley and Myron to ask if the other commenters signed up are available to speak and if they may be registered under another account. Ashley or Myron, you can raise your hand if you'd like us to promote you and you have the other commenters with you. I see you, Myron. Give us a moment.
Well, the parent is on. She says she's on, Dianca Ewell, but she's not here. But I think she's on. Do you see her name?
Let me have a look.
Oh, it says the Zoom is frozen. Hold on one second.
Okay, Ashley, do you have someone else? I'm gonna demote you for a moment, Myron, and just let Ashley pop up.
Okay.
There we go. Ashley? Hi.
So we do have one more speaker from Bria, that is Naomi Vasquez. She says that she has her hand raised right now. Are you able to see her?
Have a look.
She's the second Ashley Simpson Barrett that's raised.
Yeah, sorry, they had trouble with their link, so I sent them mine.
No problem.
Thank
Give
you
us
for
a moment.
accommodating.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Welcome, Noemi Vasquez. Welcome. All right. If you unmute, you are welcome to begin. Thank you. And thank you, Ashley.
Thank you. Good evening, members of Public Charter School Board. My name is Noemi. I am here today to support the renewal of Bria Public Charter School charters. This is actually my second time attending Bria. About 12 years ago, my older son and I attended Bria when he was a very young. Now I am back again with my younger son, Alejandro, who is in pre-K. Bria feels like a second home to me. It feels like family. I trust the teachers and staff very much because they truly care about our children and community closely with parents. Even a small thing that happened during the day, they always let me know that give me peace of mind when I leave my son in his class each morning. I have seen incredible growing with Alejandro since coming to Bria. At the beginning of the year, he was very shy and did not want to speak with other people. Now he is happier, more social, and his vocabulary has grown so much. Every morning, when I tell him it is time for school, he gets excited because he loves his teacher and loves learning. Bria has also supported me as a parent and student. I am working on my improve my English and digital literacy skill. My long-term goals is to have my own bakery and florist. With Bria's support, I know I will get there. I have also participated in Bria Voice for All, where parents and students learn how to advocate for us community. I have had opportunities to be a leader in my school and in the community. Bria is not just a school, it is a place where families growing together, where parents feel respect, and where children are truly cared for. Thank you for supporting Bria and for considering the renewal of this charter. Thank you for the time.
Thank you so much, Noemi. Thank you for being here and sharing your perspectives.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll now turn it over to Dianca Yule. Dianca, and Dianca, please let us know if Elliot is with you.
Take your book back.
Okay, I see. Dianca, if you're speaking, you're on mute.
Bianca's going to join with Myron. Give us
Okay.
a moment.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Myron, your camera and sound are off. There you go.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for hearing our testimony today. My name is Dianca Yule, and my son has been a student here at Social Justice School this past school year as a sixth grader. Wish we had known about him in fifth grade because we would have loved to been in community with this school as long as possible. I'm here to testify to talk about the new building that we are in desperate need of moving into because while the mods work for the current school setup, as they grow, the difficulties of maintaining classroom community and school connectivity, and the mods will just pose a greater issue. So the new building is being built actually is like right beside the school, and the kids are excited about the possibility of having a cafeteria space and some rec space in that new building as well. But I want to speak to my son's success here at the Social Justice School and their individualized plans that they have for each kid as they excel in different areas and their strengths. And so he's enjoyed his time here, and we're just excited to be in a new space. If you all warrant for further expansion. Right now, we are in love with the small class size and the connectedness that the kids have to the staff. But as they grow, we can just see the need for more space. And right now, with lunches and everything being served kind of in the mods, that's some community time that we know that was important to us when we were in school that can be missed with the different ages and grades so that they can congregate in just a space that's meant to be classrooms. So while mods work, they are always meant to be temporary, I believe, and that one solid building with everything being in a central location would be beneficial. Elliot, he's a little shy. I think we put him on a spot, but he might have a few things to say about your school year here at Social Justice School.
Yeah, school was great. There were a bunch of activities that I really did like participating in. The school curricular is awesome because we have LDL as a single class, and we do a bunch of fun stuff there. And PE is like at a separate place, so that's fun because we have more room than at a regular mod, so we get to move around a lot. I really hope to go into the new building because that'd be awesome.
All right. And I did want to add Elliot's sister, who's 7. She's looking forward to attending this school because she comes and she sees all the fun activities and their family nights and just how the staff cares deeply for each family individually, and not in a one-size-fits-all model. So we see them using community partnerships frequently, reaching out to other professionals. The after-school programs are so great. And then the addition of sports teams has been a great addition this year. I know Elliot's on the soccer team and he wanted to be on the track team and all the other teams, but but to watch them grow and have each kid have a real true place at a school is something that, as you all know, working with the school board can be a challenging accomplishment, but it's a unique experience that they're able to provide.
Yule, thank you so much. Elliot, great. Be nervous. You did that. Wonderful. Comments and for taking
Yes.
the board. We truly appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
All right. Thank you so much. Okay. I believe, Raven, is that everyone? I see Kiara's hand raised.
Yes, Chair. We have a few people logged in with the same name, but we have a system for identifying them. So I think we're ready to go, and I'll change the names as we go along.
Wonderful. Thank you. And thank you to the public for bearing with us but I think as Raven
Okay.
mentioned,
Michael, is that you?
All right, wonderful.
Do you want
Yes,
to come up, mute?
yes, that's
All
me.
right. Thank you
All
so
right,
much.
wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, I'm good to go.
Yes, sir, you are.
Okay. All righty. Good evening, everybody. My name is Michael Toussaint, and I'm an alumnus of Washington Latin and now work as the Dean of Students. And I also coach JV basketball and varsity baseball. And we just recently won the championship on last Friday. When I was given the opportunity to speak with you all today, I was honored to have the privilege to share just a small version of my story with you all. When I hear 30 years of charter schools in DC, I don't think about just schools. I think about opportunity. I think about potential. I think about home. And honestly, I think about family. Charter schools have been part of my story since I was 3 years old. Not only has my mother worked in charter schools for the last 30 years in many roles, but I've only attended 2 schools in my life, and both of them were charter schools. So when I tell you that charter schools helped shape me into the human being and man that I am today, I mean that. My mother and I embarked on this journey together that started in fall 1998 at Community Academy Public Charter School, which has been closed now since 2015. After that, I attended and now work again as the Dean of Students, Washington Latin Public Charter School from 6th grade into the 12th grade. As a child, sometimes you don't understand the specifics about types of schools or why there are even different types of schools to begin with. But for me, school was simply just school. Something that even at a young age, I understood that everyone deserved. As a child, I may not have fully understood this, but now as an adult and an educator, I understand that charter schools for my family were not just an option, they were a chance for my mother to know that all of her children will have equal and free access to a quality education with structure, support, and most importantly, people who genuinely cared about our future and who we are. During my time at Washington Latin, I always heard teachers tell everyone, including me, that we had potential. So I truly didn't understand what made it so special if we all have it. In high school, my favorite class was biology with my teacher, Miss Lamb. I did so well in that class that the next year I had the chance to become one of the first teacher's assistants at Latin, the upcoming year for the grade behind me. Little did I know that would be my first sign that being an educator was my gift and my purpose. What I didn't realize then was that they weren't just recognizing our potential, they were unlocking it by leading with love, understanding, open dialogue, and a liberating education. They challenged us, they guided.
Mike, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the time is up, and it's
Oh,
it's
okay,
good.
okay.
It's so good.
You
But
good.
look, we have your comment on record, and we have it, but
For
the time
sure,
is up.
for
But
sure.
thank you so much for being
Thank
here,
you. Of
and
course, of course.
congratulations. This is incredible. You are what we've been talking about. So thank you.
I truly
Thank you.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Likewise, I appreciate you. Thank you for.
Of course.
Chair, why don't we go to Allison next, since we have her here?
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Allison, welcome.
Hi, thank you so much. It's such an honor and a pleasure to be here. Greetings, Chair Adam Ofania and Board of Trustees, Dr. Michelle Walker-Davis, staff and fellow charter school community members. I've had the honor and the privilege of serving at the Carlos Rosario School through our conversion from a DC public school to a nonprofit, privately funded organization, to applying for charter school status in 1997, and opening our doors as the nation's first adult-serving charter school in 1998. Being an adult-serving charter school means something very special in the district. We exist for the adults who want to strengthen their basic reading, writing, or math skills, for those who have had interrupted education and wish to gain their high school credential, and for those who are learning the English language. At our school, we also offer workforce development programs to put our learners on a path to family-sustaining wages in high-growth and high-demand careers like IT, healthcare, and hospitality. This year, the Carlos Rosario School welcomed more than 2,000 learners from across all 8 wards of the district and from more than 80 different countries, speaking nearly 30 languages. As we enter into our sixth decade of serving this community, we've seen the impact in the lives of over 80,000 graduates who are today's educators, healthcare workers, chefs, cybersecurity professionals, small business owners, and nonprofit leaders across our region. 77% of our learners persist in their studies to completion, and 95% of those taking industry certification exams pass and become officially credentialed in their field. And that impact is multi-generational. When our learners succeed, their families do better, their communities grow stronger, and our city benefits. Our partnership with the Washington Hospital Center is a powerful example. To date, more than 100 graduates of our nurse aid training program are employed at the Washington Hospital Center, moving up the healthcare career ladder from nurse aid to patient care technician to registered nurse, filling a critical need in our city. None of this would be possible without the incredible leadership of our original founder, Sonia Gutierrez, who is here and ready to be promoted and to share her reflections. So hopefully we can promote her very soon. Our amazing board of trustees, our friends and donors, and the daily dedication of and efforts of our rock star staff and our amazing adult learners. Thank you so much for this opportunity to share reflections and for your leadership.
Allison, thank you so much. And again, congratulations on all the work that you've done. We will promote folks, no worries, but we'll promote them shortly. Thank you so much. Peter, here, you may begin. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Good evening. My name is Peter Anderson, and I'm the head of schools and CEO of Washington Latin Public Charter Schools. 30 years ago, concerned parents, educators, policymakers, and donors in DC made a bet. They said, what if we gave educators, families, and communities the freedom to build something different? What if we held these schools accountable for results rather than compliance? What if we trusted that the children most excluded from quality education deserve something more than what the system had been giving them? Washington Latin was built on that bet. We're classical schools for the modern world, and we have spent the past 2 decades proving that Homer and Plato and Toni Morrison belong to every student who is willing to sit with them long enough to argue back. That the life of the mind is not a luxury reserved for the privileged. That rigor and joy and diversity are not in tension, they're in fact inseparable. We opened in 2006 in church basements in Ward 3 with a handful of students, a liberal arts program steeped in the classical tradition, and a conviction that rigorous, idea-rich education belonged to every child in the city. 20 years later, we have 2 permanent campuses, more than 1,230 students from all 8 wards of the district, and a story that I believe captures something essential about what this sector has made possible. We've graduated more than 1,000 students. Nearly 100 of them have come back as teachers, counselors, coaches, and administrators. You heard from one just a few minutes ago. They come back because Washington Latin has done something for them that they wanted to pay forward to the next generation. That is not a statistic, that is a community. Washington Latin has not disturbed the charter sector, we have fought for it. We were one of 2 lead plaintiffs in an equitable funding lawsuit more than 10 years ago. We did not win in court, but our advocacy helped move the needle on funding for this entire sector, and the gains we secured are gains we cannot afford to lose. We were among the champions of the equitable access preference because we believe that a lottery system without intentional equity mechanisms could produce inequitable outcomes. We were right, and we were still fighting to make that system more just. We've also tried to model something that too many people said was impossible: an intentionally diverse school that serves families from every corner of this city, provides transportation from neighborhoods that other schools might not reach, and holds every student to the same rigorous standards, regardless of where they come from. I'm grateful to the many who have made our story possible, particularly my predecessor, Martha Cutts, the many board members and others who have supported our efforts over the years. That is what 20 years of Washington Latin looks like, and is what 30 years of this sector at its best has always been about. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peter, and congratulations for all of your work, and also with Michael and his story too. Very, very powerful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Devon Harris, if you're here, if you could raise your hand, please. Devon Harris.
I think we have Devon. One moment.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening.
Good
Good
evening.
evening.
Good evening.
So good evening. My name is Davon Harris, and I am an alumnus of Richard Wright Public Charter School, class of 2019. Over the past several years, I've had the opportunity to reflect on what public charter schools have meant for students like me in Washington, D.C. When we talk about 30 years of innovation and opportunity, I can say personally that those words are not abstract, they are lived experiences. When I entered Richard Wright schools as a freshman, actually as an 8th grader, I was academically behind in ways I didn't fully have language for at the time. My reading level was closer to what you would expect in elementary school. I struggled with confidence, with communication, with the ability to speak up for myself. I was present in the classroom, but I had not yet learned how to fully show up as a student or as a leader. What changed my trajectory was not just curriculum, but people. Dr. Clark and the teachers and staff at Richard Wright saw something in me before I had the language to see it in myself. They didn't lower expectations for me. They walked with me until I could meet them. They taught me how to read with confidence, how to articulate my thoughts, and how to begin developing a voice. And over time, something deeper happened. I began to understand leadership not as a title, but as a responsibility. At Richard Wright, I had the honor of becoming the first male ambassador president and the first male valedictorian, milestones that I don't carry as a personal achievement alone, but as a reflection of what happens when someone is given space to grow, lead, and be trusted with responsibility. One of the most defining parts of my experience was the creative curriculum. I was introduced to film, photography, journalism, and graphic design. Those classes didn't just feel like electives, they felt like discovery. This is where I found my purpose as a creator. I was also exposed to influential voices and figures I otherwise may not have had access to, like leaders, artists, and public figures like the late Reverend Jesse Jackson, actor Macarena Jr., just to say the least. That foundation led me to pursue a bachelor's degree in mass communications at Virginia University, where I had the honor of serving as the Student Government Association president. While there, I was also the president of a campus ministry. And today, I am the co-founder of Tulum Studios, a creative agency and production company. So when I reflect on DC public charter schools, I think about access, but I also think about transformation. As we celebrate 30 years, I stand as someone who is not just grateful, but changed and still becoming. Thank you so much for your time.
Davon, thank you so much, and congratulations on all of your achievements. And thank you again for sharing your perspective and being here this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. No problem. Thank you.
Awesome. If you could raise your hand to be promoted. Do we have Dr. Clark?
Dr. Clark coming right up.
Thank you so much, Raven.
So Dr. Clark, it looks like you may be on mute and your camera may be off.
I apologize for a
Thank
person
you.
that's never really up for not too many words. I'm a bit under the weather. This pollen has got to me. But I want to say greetings to everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to be here tonight. Thank you for 30 incredible years of transformational education. We stand with 15 years here in the District of Columbia of looking to transform lives from a kid who grew up with a poor public school education to turn around one day and to be able to lead an organization of transformation is amazing. When I look at what happens with students, not just as they walk in the doors, but what happens to them once they graduate, the journey of Richard Wright shows me that it has been meaningful and the connections have been very impactful. We've demonstrated enormous diligence. And when we walked through the doors, we had no substance of how we were going to get it done. Zero budget, zero people behind us as far as this big donors. We were a grassroots organization, and in many ways we're still that. We want to meet students from where they are and take them where they need to go, understanding that the challenges of tomorrow has to be fed today, and understanding how we could put a mechanism in them to make them have the desire to win. I stand here today excited to know that we've made an impact in education for young people who probably would have never had the opportunity. As a kid who grew up with going to a high school that eventually closed and it was a traditional public school, without having the opportunity to learn something that I really felt passionate about, to open up in school to understand that one day our students will be able to be passionate like Davon, a kid who I met at 13 and one. He was shorter than me at the time when I met him. To watch him grow and to become a force to be reckoned with, not only in the public school sector, but to listen and to understand his journey and to follow him throughout college, show up on the campus and be there for him and have the environment that made sure that we could mold a young person to do that. I'm thankful for the leadership of the DC Public Charter School Board. I am thankful for the leadership of the Board of Trustees, and I am thankful for where we're going because we're only going to continue to move up. We want to make sure that our students are the best and the brightest, and it is up to us to ensure we continue to develop global competitors, not just to do little things, but to change the world one student at a time. It is an honor and a pleasure, and I thank you for this opportunity. And I am sorry that my voice is cracking, but I had to be here because my excitement is always with our children.
No worries, Dr. Clark. You sound great. And again, thank you for your comments and for taking the time to share your perspective with the board this evening and all that you've accomplished. Thank you so much. Okay. Next we will hear from Dr. Henderson. Dr. Henderson, if you could raise your hand, please. Okay. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Dr. Henderson, I'll turn it over to you.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight as we celebrate 30 years of DC Public Charter Schools. My name is LaTanya Henderson. I am the Chief Executive Officer of Cedar Tree Academy Public Charter School. I am proud to be a part of a movement that has transformed opportunities for students and families across the district. Over the past 3 decades, DC Public Charter Schools have become centers of innovation, hope, and community. They have created spaces where students are supported, challenged, and inspired to achieve beyond expectations, while empowering educators to meet the unique needs of their communities. At Cedar Tree Academy, we are proudly serving students and families in Ward 8. We see this impact every day. Our school is more than a space of learning. It is a foundation for generations of families. We are honored to serve multiple generations within the same families, creating a lasting legacy of educational opportunity, community pride, and student success. There is something especially meaningful about seeing former students return as parents, trusting us with the education and development of their children. That continued connection reflects the trust, relationship, and sense of family that charter schools help build within our communities. As we celebrate this milestone, we also recognize our responsibility moving forward to continue advocating for equity, excellence across and access for every child in Washington, D.C. Thank you to the founders, educators, and families, students, and leaders who have contributed to this incredible 30-year journey. Your dedication has changed lives, strengthened communities, and created legacies that will continue for generations to come. Congratulations to everyone for 30 years of innovation and opportunity. I greatly appreciate you all.
Thank you, Dr. Henderson, and thank you for all that you've done as well. Much
Thank you.
appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so next we will hear from Sheniola Arowolaju. I know that name. I know that structure very well. Welcome. If you could raise your hand.
Having a look. Raise your
Thank
hand,
you.
please. Let's move to the next person, Chair.
Next, we will hear from Sarah Mead.
Sarah, please raise your hand. Is there a moment? Don't see Sarah right now. Let's go to the next person.
Wonderful. Next, Debbie Vinay, if you could raise your hand, please.
I see Debbie.
Thank you.
Debbie, you may have to come off mute and turn your camera on.
All right. Hi, can you hear me and see me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Hi, my name is Debbie Vini, and I'm a board member at Basis DC Charter Schools. And I wish there had been a school like Basis when I was growing up in DC. I am a native Washingtonian, actually a fifth generation Washingtonian. And about 20 years ago, I was first introduced to charter schools. So, like most people, I had heard of charter schools, but I didn't really understand exactly how they work. Then, when I stepped into my first charter school, I understood. I saw the magic, and I said, we need a lot more of this. I grew up in the city, so I understand exactly how unequal access to high quality schools can be. I lived it. Then I saw charter schools coming into neighborhoods where I grew up, and something remarkable happened. I saw entire schools full of young people whose life trajectories were changed, not just one or two kids. Students who had struggled were now thriving. Society had given up on a lot of these kids, and in some cases, they had even given up on themselves until they landed in a school where people encouraged them and challenged them and made them believe that they could do difficult things and succeed. And this spring, I was able to actually quantify what that looks like in a report that I wrote called Turning the Tassel. So it turns out that charter students aren't just doing better in school, they are doing better in life. I'm talking about higher salaries, higher degree attainment, higher home ownership, higher happiness in life. They are doing better than their peers who did not get an opportunity to attend a charter school. So in this city, we have proven what many thought was unthinkable, that there are public schools that can meet the needs of any child, anywhere, and help them to reach their highest potential. That is why I love charter schools. As we celebrate 30 years, I'm proud to be part of a sector that continues to create opportunities and to change lives.
Thank you so much. Much appreciation. Thank you for your comments and your reflections tonight. I see here Linda Moore, if you could raise your hand. Linda Moore.
Checking for Linda. We're going to start bringing in other folks so we can move a little faster. We can
Absolutely.
move to
I
the
do
next
see a
person.
hand raised, Raven. I do.
Okay.
Kiera.
Linda, if you're there, you may have to come off mute and turn on your video.
I am here.
Welcome, Linda. Thank you so much. You may begin.
Thank you. And thank you for giving me this opportunity to go down memory lane a little bit here. In 1996, DC approved the first couple of charter schools, but by 1998, there were several prospective, aspiring charter school founders in the city. And we wanted to be able to do something that many people in the city thought had not happened to the extent that it should. We wanted to be able to provide quality education and educational choices for children all over the city. And into this really challenging environment stepped a committed, though in hindsight, I think admittedly naive group of charter school founders who approached the DC Board of Education with an array of ambitious mission statements, school designs, and curricula. The founders had bold visions and innovative proposals. I was among these early founders, and I sought to open a charter school in the fall of 1998, the L.C. Whitlow Stokes Community Freedom Public Charter School. After several attempts to get approval of my charter application, it was approved, and my first thought was, oh my gosh, what do I do next? Well, what came next and what's happened every year since then for nearly 38 years, 28 years, nearly 30 years, 28 years to be precise, was the real work of finding and preparing a school site, hiring teachers, training teachers, formalizing the curriculum, marketing the school, recruiting students, getting parent engagement, and crossing our fingers that somebody would actually show up on day one. And they did, thank goodness, but about half as many as I had budgeted for. And that's another story for another time. But since 1996, charter schools really have become an integral and much supported sector in the public school education in DC. And now we have a myriad of different kinds of schools. We have schools that serve learners from pre-kindergarten through 12th grade. We have adult schools. We even have schools that we have schools that are dual language and international baccalaureate school, of which L.C. Whitlow Stokes is one. I'm proud that Stokes Schools was one of the pioneers of this movement to help to transform public education and to provide a high quality education to thousands of children in DC over the past 30 years. I congratulate the people who have contributed to this. I want to say a little bit about our school. We've got amazing students and even more amazing graduates. We have graduates who have written and performed symphonies. We have graduates who are teachers. We have one graduate who was working with his family in a food truck. And if you ever need food,
Ms.
call
Moore,
me.
I
I'll give you a
apologize.
recommendation.
Ms. Moore,
Yes,
I sincerely apologize. But we are a bit over time, and we thank you for your
that's
comment. So, and we have it recorded. Thank you so much.
that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your commentary. Thank you so
Mhm.
much. All right. Next, we will hear from Donald Hentz. I see you there, sir. If you would much for being with us tonight.
Good evening. I'm Donald Hentz, founder of Friendship Public Charter School. 30 years ago, when public charter schools began in DC, we were not celebrating an anniversary, we were building an opportunity. At the time, too many families had limited access and too little voice in their children's education. The charter movement was rooted in a simple belief that every child deserved access to an excellent school and innovation, autonomy, and accountability. And this could be made possible through charter schools. At Friendship, we experienced those early days firsthand. When we opened our first school, Friendship Chamberlain, we had done everything right. The school had been fully authorized, the building was shining, the staff were prepared, we were ready to welcome children. There was one problem. On the first day of school, the city had not provided us with certificates of occupancy. So we waited. We had buses parked outside and told ourselves that if families showed up, we would find a way to give children a first day they would never forget. And just minutes before students were to arrive, the certificate came through. I still remember welcoming those first children to Friendship. Since then, we've opened many schools and many buildings. And I think that the story says something larger about the charter movement in DC. For 30 years, people across this city have been willing to push through obstacles, solve problems, and build something new because children were waiting on the other sides of the doors. At Friendship, we're proud to have been able to deliver in this city for thousands of young people. We began as an idea that became a movement, and what became a movement transformed the city. But anniversaries are not simply about looking backwards. They're also moments to ask what comes next, because the work before us remains unfinished. The next chapter cannot simply be about preserving what we built. It must be about strengthening it, ensuring quality, expanding opportunity, and continuing to innovate on behalf of children. I thank you and congratulate you on your anniversary.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hentz. Much appreciation, and thank you for all you've done to support the sector.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Ann Her. Ann?
Uh, good evening. My name is Ann Her, and I'm so happy to be here tonight to celebrate the impact that 30 years of charter schools have had on DC families and students. I'm speaking as a parent, a charter school founder, and former school leader. Shout out to Capital City, which opened in 2000, and currently as a senior director at the DC Charter School Alliance. Back when my oldest child was about to enter pre-K in early 98, there were a few forms of school choice in the district, including the DCPS out-of-boundary process, which then operated from a list that each school compiled on a first-come, first-served basis. So to get a spot at Oyster Elementary School, the only bilingual program in DCPS at the time, you had to start lining up the day before the list opened, and you had to stand in line overnight in January. Most families couldn't do this. This was not a system designed with equity in mind. Fast forward to now, charter schools offer bilingual programs in Spanish, French, Mandarin, and Hebrew, and DCPS has 11 dual language programs. There are bilingual programs in every ward and at every grade level. This is a clear response to parent demand, and because of the citywide lottery, nobody has to camp out in the snow. In 1998, there were 21 public charter schools. In 2026, there are 66 charter organizations operating 132 campuses, serving over 47,000 students. The growth in charter school options has improved public education in the district across the board. In 1995, enrollment had declined to 80,000. Now over 99,000 students attend public schools. DC's high school graduation rate was just under 50% in 1995. Last year, it reached 78.7%, an all-time high. Academic achievement has also been rising. Proficiency rates on NAEP, the nation's report card, were 3 times higher in 2025 than in 1996 in reading and 6 times higher in math. And choice is working. In a 2025 National Parent Survey on Educational Opportunity, DC came out on top in almost every indicator, including parent satisfaction with their school and parents feeling they have meaningful choices. We've accomplished so much in 30 years. Now we need to build on that success by ensuring equitable funding for all DC public school students, maintaining strong independent authorizing, and protecting the freedom to innovate. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anne. Thank you for your contributions to our sector, and thank you for your reflections and your comments. Thank you. Before we move forward, I want to go back to our former colleague here, Sarah Mead. Welcome. Thank you. Would love to hear from you, please.
Thank you so much. Good evening. My name is Sarah Mead, and I am a DC resident and parent. Over the past 25 years, I've interacted with DC charter schools in multiple ways as a researcher and analyst on the board of Apple Tree Public Charter School, as a member of the Public Charter School Board, and recently as Deputy Superintendent for Early Learning at OSSI, where I oversaw DC's mixed delivery early learning system that includes charter schools, DCPS, and community-based childcare. In these roles, I've seen firsthand how public charter schools in DC work alongside DCPS and community-based organizations to create a continuum of early childhood, elementary, secondary, and adult learning opportunities to meet the needs of DC residents. This continuum has enabled DC to become a national leader in pre-K access for both 3- and 4-year-olds, offering a variety of options from Montessori to multilingual to STEM and beyond that reflect the diverse interests, values, and needs of our families and communities. But we know that pre-K access isn't enough. It's crucial that charter pre-K programs provide quality early learning experiences that put young learners on a path for future success. During my tenure on the PCSB, I advocated to ensure that our approach to measuring school quality include evidence-based measures of pre-K quality and worked with charter leaders, the DC early learning community, and national experts to align on an approach that enables district families and stakeholders to know how well charter pre-K programs are serving students. Because of this approach, we now know that DC pre-K programs across the mixed delivery system have continuously improved quality and that charter schools are delivering high-quality learning experiences to our littlest learners. As my now 3-year-old son prepares to start pre-K in a public charter school this fall, I'm grateful that my family has the opportunity to share in the charter benefits thousands of DC families have already experienced and excited what the future holds for the sector.
Being here.
Thank you.
Perspectives. Much appreciation, and good luck to your son this fall. Awesome. Thank you. All right. So we have here Sonia Gutierrez, Dr. Uvine, and apologies if I say the name incorrectly, Fidel Usaka, and Roberto Sarmiento. This is all folks from the Carlos Rosario School, and so in order, and I just want to make sure we have everyone represented
Yeah.
here.
We
Everyone's
also
here.
have Dr. Ramirez, and so you all should be panelists now. You'll just need to come off mute and turn on your camera. Dr. Ramirez, we're looking to hear from you next.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Well, actually, evening. Good evening. And thank you for the opportunity to offer my congratulations on 30 years of service to the District of Columbia and its adult learners, children, and families, and thus the overarching welfare of our community. I was fortunate to meet Sonia Gutierrez, the founder of the Carlos Rosario School, in 1990 and be introduced to the Carlos Rosario School. And I immediately became inspired by the work she and her amazing team were doing to educate the adult immigrant community of Washington, D.C. I am a nurse, a pediatric nurse practitioner, and professor of nursing licensed in the district. And in 1997, I worked with Sonia to establish her first nursing assistant training program. With the leadership and support of the charter, we continue to have a successful certified nursing assistant program and work closely with local health facilities and hospitals, such as the Washington Hospital Center, Sibley Hospital, Georgetown University, Trinity University, and UDC, to offer our students great educational experiences and career opportunities. We also work closely with and support students to continue their education and go on to become professional registered nurses. We have been fortunate to work closely with the DC Department of Health and the Board of Nursing and numerous local community-based organizations, as well as national organizations such as the American Heart Association, and to be able to provide our students with additional learning experiences as well as opportunities to volunteer in their community. Through our workforce programs, such as our nurse aid training program, residents of the district are able to pursue their education, earn certifications, make life-sustaining wages, and go on to enter greatly needed professions. I will close by saying our community is stronger because of charter schools, and as a longtime resident of Washington, D.C., I sincerely thank you.
And thank you so much, Ms. Ramirez, for your comments and for taking the time to share your perspective with the board this evening. We truly. Okay, next we will have, Ms. Gutierrez. Sonia Gutierrez?
Ms. Gutierrez, if you are already in, please turn on your camera. And if you're still in the attendee poll, you can raise your hand. Dr. Uven is next. We want to move forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Dr. Uven, please, welcome.
Well, good evening, everybody, and thanks for the opportunity to spend some time with you. My name is Johan Uven. I'm currently the executive director of the UMass Amherst Donahue Institute, which is a public policy research organization. But more importantly, I am a board member of the Carlos Rosario Charter School, and I've been in that capacity for quite some time. Prior to my time on the Carlos Rosario board, I served as President Obama's Assistant Secretary for Education responsible for adult education in our country. And in that capacity, I was a huge proponent of advancing adult schools and adult charter schools. And to this day, I've still maintained that commitment. So I'll be very brief, but I really want to thank the board for its leadership around these charter school issues and its amazing vision to include adult charter schools. So for me, I've looked at adult education programs across the country, and when I look at effectiveness and innovation, it is so clear to me that anything outside of adult charter schools is not effective at all. And the fact that we have so many amazing adult charter schools in the District of Columbia that are proving that you can combine innovation, accountability, and innovation and effectiveness, is just a testimony to the leadership of the board. So thank you for your leadership for 30 years.
And thank you, Dr. Uven, for your comments and your reflections. Much appreciated. Thank you. Do we have Ms. Gutierrez?
I don't believe she's here yet. We can move on.
Wonderful. May we have Fidel Usaka? And pardon me if we pronounce your name correctly. If you can state your name, please.
Yeah, it's correct, Fidel Isaac. All right, thank you. I'm not actually on a beach, it's just a background. It's just
I love it. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So, good evening, everyone. My name is Fidel Yusaka, and I'm a proud alumnus of the Carlos Rosario International Public Charter School. It is an honor for me to share my story. I was born and raised in Togo, West Africa, where I earned a bachelor's degree in business administration. And after immigrating to the United States, I was searching for a way to rebuild my career and create new opportunities in a completely different system and language. My father actually introduced me to Carlos Rosario. He had been a student here before me, and he told me, Fidel, this is the place that will help you build what comes next. And he was absolutely right. I started with IC3 digital literacy class and then enrolled in the IT fundamentals program. That experience has changed my life. The teachers did not just teach technical skills, they believed in me, encouraged me, and helped me see what's possible. At Carlos Rosario, I earned my CompTIA IT Fundamental Certification, which gave me confidence to continue growing. I later earned additional certifications, including CompTIA A+, Network Plus, Security Plus, CISA Plus, as well as an associate degree from Purdue University Global, a master's degree in cybersecurity, and currently working on a doctorate of education in instructional design and technology. So after completing my studies, I had the opportunity to work at Carlos Rosario School as an IT support specialist, giving back to the same community that helped me launch my career. I also coached adults pursuing careers in technology at Bite Back. Today, I serve as the program coordinator for cybersecurity and network administration at Howard Community College, where I also teach cyber technology. So, from student to educator, my journey is the reflection of the opportunities Carlos Rosario creates every day for adult learners and immigrant communities. I want to sincerely thank the DC Public Charter School Board and everyone who supports charter schools and adult education. Your support changes lives and helps people like me build a brighter future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Yusaka, and congratulations on all that you've been able to achieve. And thank you for being here tonight, truly for sharing your reflections. Okay, we will now move to Roberto Sarmiento. Roberto, if you're here, just turn on your camera. There you are. Welcome. And please pardon me if I mispronounce your name. Please start by pronouncing your name for us. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Roberto Sarmiento. Good evening, everybody, and thank you for the opportunity. So I'm proud of graduate of Carlos Rosario International Public Charter School, and I'm also a resident here in the district. I'm honored to share my story and the impact that our charter school has had in my life. I came to the school in 2005 because I needed English classes and I wanted to better my future. The school helped me to improve my English and gave me job training and helped me to start my career in the IT technology. After finishing my classes, I also was able to intern at the school while studying at the district UDC, where I earned my bachelor's degree in computer science. Um, Today, I probably work as a help desk manager at the school. And the best part of my job is working with other graduates from the school who are now professionals giving back to our own community. One example is our internship program that helps the graduates to gain IT experience and they can start their careers in the industry. I've been part of the community for more than 20 years now. First as a student, now as employee, I've seen how charter schools continue to help adult learners and immigrants communities by providing education, support, and opportunities. I want to thank the DC Public Charter School Board, as well as the staff, students, and leaders who make all this work possible every day. Thank you for your support and the chances that are like giving us, to better our lives. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Sarmiento, and congratulations to you and all that you've achieved in your time with your school. All right, lastly, and our final speaker for this evening Want to invite Sheniola Arowolaju up, and I believe we have you here. If you can raise your hand.
Yep, we see her hand raised.
Thank you.
You'll need to accept when I promote you to panelist. Okay, coming in now.
Wonderful.
Wonderful. Good evening. How are you? Good evening. My name is Shawnee Arowolaju, and I'm a proud KIPP DC charter school parent and former PALC member. I also have the honor of serving on the KIPP DC Board of Directors as the parent representative. Equally important, I am a proud DC native and proud DC PS graduate. My first introduction to DC's charter school landscape came around 2012 when my husband and I began researching early education options for our soon-to-be 3-year-old daughter. That exercise, familiar to many DC parents, opened my eyes to how much our city's education landscape had evolved from when I was a student. There were now so many choices: language immersion, STEM, arts, college prep, and more, each offering unique paths for students to thrive. We ultimately chose KIPP DC because of its strong focus on college and career readiness, the dedicated educators and administrators, and the strong focus on student and family success. More than 13 years later, all three of our children have received an amazing education at KIPP DC. My family experienced firsthand how public charter schools in DC have created opportunities that didn't exist before. Providing families with the option to enroll in programs that speak to their child's specific needs, goals, and aspirations is a privilege we don't take for granted. What has left the greatest impression on me is the way charter schools build community and a sense of belonging within the classrooms, around neighborhoods, and even beyond the school walls. That sense of belonging is both heartwarming and essential in shaping the next generation of our city and world. As we celebrate 30 years of charter schools in DC, I'm proud to be a part of a sector that continues to evolve and one that consistently puts students and families first. Thanks so much for the opportunity to speak.
And thank you so much for joining us and for sharing your perspectives. Much appreciation. And to all of the speakers for this evening, thank you for joining us and for sharing your reflections. This concludes the public comment portion of our agenda. First on the agenda tonight, we have public hearings on 2 charter amendment requests. I yield the floor to Kirsten James Floyd, Director in the School Performance Department, to introduce the amendment requests from Goodwill Excel Public Charters. I would also like to invite representatives from the school to introduce themselves and provide remarks.
Good evening. My name is Kirsten James Floyd, and I'm a director in the School Performance Department. Tonight, the board will hear from Goodwill Excel Center Public Charter School regarding its request to amend its charter goals. The school proposes revising a goal focused on students' post-secondary outcomes. Currently, the goal only measures whether graduating students enroll in a 2- or 4-year college. The revised goal would also consider graduating students' entry into an educational training program. The school also proposes modifying the business rules for its course credit attainment goal. If approved, the changes will apply to school year 26-27 and beyond. Representatives from the school are available to answer the board's questions.
Thank you. If Ms. Malloy, if you can introduce your school representatives and begin with your comments, please.
I will be most happy to. Good evening, everyone. And let me introduce to you both Dr. Chelsea Kirk, who is our Executive Director of the Goodwill Excel Center, and also Colleen Paletta. And I think Colleen will go ahead and start out with remarks. Thank you.
And I don't see Colleen.
Yeah,
Do you
I'm
see
here.
Colleen?
I
Oh,
just
yeah.
got let
Thank
in.
you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. So I'm going to start us off. Good evening. I'm Colleen Paletta. I'm the Chief Strategy and Operations Officer for Goodwill of Greater Washington and the Goodwill Excel Center, joined today by my colleagues, Dr. Chelsea Kirk, Vice President of Education and Career Development, Catherine Willoy, our President and CEO, and I believe our data manager, Dimitri Tyler, might be joining us as well. The Goodwill Excel Center is an alternative adult charter high school that opened in August 2016 with a mission to serve individuals who have previously left high school and wish to return to earn their high school diploma and market valuable credentials in high growth industries. We're a competency-based adult high school, predominantly serving individuals over the age of 18. And now in our 10th year of operation, we have graduated nearly 900 students. We're here tonight to discuss our request for a goals amendment. We support PCSB's focus on holding schools accountable to goals that best capture their program. To that end, we regularly analyze our current goals to determine their reliability in measuring the quality of our program. And this reflection has led us to recommend a small modification to our entering employment or post-secondary goal to capture post-graduation placements in non-2 and 4-year post-secondary credentialing programs, and to change the target to 65% each year, not just in 2 years of a 5-year review period. We're also requesting a change to the business rule for our credit attainment goal. We are here this evening to answer any questions you have about our request, and thank you for your time and for your consideration.
One moment. Dimitri, is that you? I'll change your name. Just give me a thumbs up if that's you. All right. Hello. Thank you.
And I also just want to add that we are also right now and later in our review hearing joined by Glenn Howard, who is board chair for the Goodwill Excel Center.
Thank you.
Yes.
Colleagues, are there any questions? Oh, I apologize. Colleen, were you about to speak?
Nope, I'm good. I just, yeah, no, I'm good. I just spoke.
Okay. All right. So team, we'll vote on this amendment next month, and we'll see some of you again later tonight. Charter review. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Look forward to seeing you later
Thank
on
you.
today.
See you soon.
Awesome. Next, I'll ask Melody Sampson, Chief School Performance Officer, request from Kingsman Public Charter School. I also invite representatives from the school to introduce themselves and provide remarks once Melanie is done.
Good evening. My name is Melody Sampson. I am DC PCSB's Chief School Performance Officer. Tonight, the board will hear from Kingsman Academy Public Charter School regarding its request to amend its charter agreement by recognizing its Quest program and adding a residential component. Kingsman Public Charter School has piloted the Quest program since 2023, serving a small cohort of students in a year-long study abroad model. If approved, the school will receive residential funding for Quest enrolled students beginning in school year 26-27. Moreover, the amendment would create predictability for Quest students, articulate residential program-specific requirements, and enhance DC PCSB's and the Office of the State Superintendent of Education's oversight. Additionally, if approved, the school will fully implement the Quest program. 16 students will travel to and reside in predetermined sites, and they will remain under the care of 14 Quest-specific staff members for a minimum of 180 instructional days. Later tonight, DC PCSB staff will ask you to vote on the school's request. We're holding the public hearing and the vote during a single board meeting to support preparation and timely resource allocation ahead of next school year, if approved. For now, representatives from the school are here to share a brief presentation on the Quest program and answer the board's questions.
Thank you. Welcome to the Kingsman team. Kanisha, if you can
Chair, your sound was cutting out, but I think you asked Kanisha to introduce her team and provide remarks.
Yes, thank you so much.
All right, great. I just want to make sure everyone's here. Aaron, if you can help me out.
Jennifer's coming in.
Okay, great. We should have 3 Kingsman staff members, so Aaron Kupferberg, Jennifer Fatherby, and then Natasha Metz.
Along with Shanique Poole and Terry Marshall.
All right, for my special education team.
Yes.
Got Terry. Just a moment. How about Olga Price and Issa
Yeah,
Stokes?
Dr.
Yeah.
Olga Price is part of our research team.
Dr. Price, please accept.
We're missing 2 board members, Steve Messner and Wendy Jeffries.
All right. Steve, please accept.
Um,
And then we may have Issa Stokes. He
And
may
then
have had to drop off.
Christina Thomas. Don't see her yet.
Okay, Christina's coming.
Oh, Issa's here. Thank you, Issa.
Lauren Baum and Rich Hagland. I don't see
I see
either of
Lauren.
them. Thank you. There's
Mhm.
quite a group.
Yep, they're
All right.
coming.
And then we have Sam as well. I think that's the last person.
I see Sam.
All right. Can we get started?
Thank you.
All right, we're very excited to be here tonight. Good evening. My name is Kenesha Kelly. I'm the co-founder and executive director of Kingsman Academy. We're ready? Okay. It is my personal belief that when you lose someone too soon and you're lucky enough to have them share their hopes, dreams, and insights with you, it becomes a responsibility of those of us still alive to make those dreams a reality. I want to begin by naming the young people whose dreams and ideas I'm honored to carry into today's hearings. Students who should be here today with us, but they're not. Anthony Williams, Timothy Logan, Trajan Charles, Javon Jones, Heineken McNeil, Edvadas Holzclaw, Christopher Brown, Jannard Jennifer, Jalen Dyer, Shania Edwards, and Dominique Brown Young. I named these 11 young people because they were our most honest advisors over the years. They provided the perspective and insights that traditional systems were too rigid to hear. They told us and me repeatedly that for them to succeed, their education had to look fundamentally different from anything the district currently offers. Quest is Kingsman Academy's 5th program and our most innovative transformative intervention. It is a year-round 180-day residential program for students who require something different than any classroom in the district can offer. Now in its 4th pilot year, Quest is grounded in community-based participatory research and built in collaboration with subject matter experts from around the world. Students live and learn in small cohorts, supported 24/7 by Kingsman staff, and earn graduation credits through place-based expeditions at carefully vetted partnership sites in the US and abroad. Quest is not an abstract experiment or a far-fetched idea or passion project. It is a structural response to the solutions our students co-designed with us before we lost them. Since our founding in 2015, our students have sent a very clear and consistent message. The landscape is shifting, and DC's current systems are not evolving to meet the demands of the moment. Support for the students in the care of DC is fragmented, and our students are being lost to a lack of citywide coordination and ineffective strategies that have failed to address the root causes of known systemic challenges. I've been working directly with this targeted population, our targeted population at Kingsman in the district since 2012. 14 years later, the majority of students who eventually enroll in Kingsman still arrive, having moved through 3, 4, sometimes 5 school placements within a single academic year, with no continuum of care and few credits earned between any of them. By the time they walk through our doors, they spent years cycling through systems that were paid to support them and instead handed them off. This cycle is expensive, is well documented, and it does not work. The city has already paid for this lesson and continues to pay for it repeatedly. Non-public day placements cost the city $60,000 to $100,000 per year per student. It did not work for them. Residential non-publics outside the district cost an additional $100,000 per student. It did not work for them. Repeated stays over and over at YSC, DYRS cost the city up to $200,000 per student. It did not work for them. Emergency shelters and support for students experiencing housing instability cost the city $40,000 to $50,000 per year, but it did not provide the stability that our students needed. At Kingsman, 1 in 3 students face these challenges every day. And students in our foster care system are continuously relocated as far as Baltimore, Gaithersburg, and Woodbridge for temporary housing during the school year. A single student in DC's care often touches 3 or 4 DC agencies in a single year, systems that never were designed to coordinate with one another. The citywide post-secondary readiness data tells the exact same story. In DC, 35% of students with disabilities, only 35% of students with disabilities enroll in a post-secondary institution within 6 months of graduation, the lowest rate of any subgroup in the district. Only 25% of DC students with disabilities are reading at grade level. Only 1 in 4 young adults born and living in DC hold any type of post-secondary credential, yet 85% of the jobs require one. This is the population that lands on Kingsman's doorstep. The current system is not preparing them, and the cost of failure is paid by the city over and over throughout their lifetime in unemployment, housing instability, justice involvement, and loss of generational wealth. The students we lost required a specialized pathway to have a fair shot at life. The safety net designed to support them was not good enough then and is still not good enough now. Kingsman was not founded to just be another school. We were intentionally designed as a research to practice institution built to solve complex problems facing students in our city through relentless innovation and sustainable evidence-based interventions. We deliver on the Kingsman promise that every student, regardless of how they show up, is placed, persisting, and thriving in a post-secondary placement before they graduate. We do this through 3 integrated design elements year-round. First, a public health service delivery model. Our students are human beings first. We coordinate a personalized continuum of care to meet engagement, behavioral, health, and wellness needs before we implement instructional practices. Second, personalized learning. Every single student at Kingsman Academy receives personalized learning, not in theory, but in action. Through a competency-based academic program built on 70 years of research, all students follow an individualized scope and sequence aligned to their graduation goals and learning preferences at their present levels of performance. Personalized learning is delivered in a therapeutic environment where they own their academic journey. And third, and most importantly, intentional post-secondary integration. We are not a diploma factory. Every content area, course, and subject is post-secondary relevant. We integrate internships, certifications, learning expeditions, service learning, career development, and job placement directly into the school day. By graduation, our students are already in post-secondary opportunities with proven competencies and active placements. By nearly every standard metric, our interventions are working. We maintain one of the lowest suspension rates in the sector, dismantling the school to prison pipeline. We exceed the engagement average for comparable schools by 20%, creating a place where students actually want to be. Our model is moving students through multiple grade levels within a single academic year, graduating and placing our target population in post-secondary opportunities at higher rates than the national average for alternative schools. And since 2019, our groundbreaking interventions have produced 0 non-public placements. Students Kingsman now serves at a fraction of the cost to the city with documented outcomes. In our last charter review, Kingsman met and exceeded all performance goals for the majority of our students. We're proud of our work, but at Kingsman, the majority is not an acceptable metric. We believe if our school does not serve all of its students well, the design is not good enough, and we must improve the quality of our standard of care to meet their evolving needs. Schools bold enough to develop groundbreaking interventions, sustained success requires an intersection of autonomy, transparency, and accountability that makes sense. Quest is a structural manifestation of that belief. Quest extends our public health framework into a continuous therapeutic environment, making sure that Maslow's foundational needs are met as a precondition for academic growth. Quest serves as a physical anywhere inside of our PCSB approved anywhere, anytime competency-based academic model, embedding a continuum of support and services directly into place-based global expeditions, service learning, and post-secondary opportunities and partnerships with universities, NGOs, and experts around the world. The success of our 4-year pilot is not an accident. On average, Quest students gain 3 grade levels in reading and 2.5 grade levels in math. Quest students show an 11% higher engagement rate than the rest of our high school programs. Against a current district truancy rate of 38%, our Quest students are at 11%. The Quest attendance rate this year is just over 89%. Chronic absenteeism for students in Quest is 20% lower than the district high school rate. And most importantly, every student currently in Quest is on track to meet their graduation goals and actively engage in post-secondary opportunities. Quest operates within a rigorous accountability framework in collaboration with our subject matter experts. We don't leave health or safety to chance or location. The infrastructure for full program implementation ensures that our standard of care remains the same no matter where the learning happens. 24/7 trained supervision, a staff ratio of 2 staff to 4 students, a full-time psychologist who travels to every site, licensed health coordinators and a dedicated safety coordinator traveling with the program, emergency protocols that are country specific based on risk assessments for every location, rigorous background checks, compliance with OSCE audits, policies, and state testing requirements, and most importantly, the best partners in the country. Our partnership with the Experiment in International Living has spent over a century running international study abroad programs for high schools. The program of design and academic leadership from Think Global School is the longest running and most established traveling high school in the world. We're not in this work alone. Before we answer your questions, I would like to introduce Sam, who's currently the academic director of Think Global School and the future deputy director of the Quest program, and Christina, who's our operational partner with the Experiment, to introduce themselves and talk about how their experiences will support our program. Sam?
Good evening, everybody. I'm Sam Abidoye. I come with 20 years of experience in education, working across school settings and supporting students with a wide range of learning needs and abilities, including special education students, high achieving learners from varied demographic backgrounds. For nearly half of my career, I've worked at Think Global School, where I helped build the curriculum and programs designed to meet students where they are academically, socially, emotionally, while traveling the world. That work included developing education programs for 22 plus countries and collaborating with families, educators, and communities from many cultural and educational backgrounds. I also bring networks and partnerships that take years to build, along with first-hand understanding of students in this program, because I myself was also a SPED student. I am passionate about building frameworks to support students from multiple perspectives. What I bring is not only vision, but what I bring to this vision is not only educational experience, but also systems, relationships, and operational experience needed to build a program that works safely, sustainably, and at the highest standard. Quest students deserve the same quality of education as any student in the world. Thank you.
And Christina?
Hi, everyone. My name is Christina Thomas, and I am the Divisional Vice President of the Youth Programs that includes running oversight over the Experiment in International Living. We were founded in 1932, and it's one of the longest study abroad programs in the United States. We were at the cutting edge since 1932. Our first groups went to Germany with our founder, Donald Watt, in the advent of World War II. We also were the first trainers, and the template of our programs were the template for the Peace Corps, with our founding director, Sergeant Shriver, was an early experimenter. And we have multiple multi-decade longstanding global partners. What I am here today to talk to you about is how the Experiment provides 360-degree approaches to our robust risk management systems. We have a 360-degree approach focusing on the mental and physical well-being of our participants. We provide insurance coverage for accidents and illness and emergency evacuation with our program through GeoBlue, an international insurance travel provider. We provide 24-hour, 7-day-a-week on-call support during programs. We also have in-country local support and GeoBlue expert guidance. We also provide, upon request, fully trained experiment group leaders who travel alongside the faculty and participants. And we have established protocols, including water, accommodation, drugs and alcohol, discrimination, harassment, and safeguarding policies. Safety is central to everything that we do. It starts with our preparation in collaboration with our in-country partners on the ground, our hiring of our skilled group leaders. our health review process, and our risk management consultation. And we start also reviewing participant preparation and looking at the health forms and disclosures, proactive wellness planning, and we look at experiment and priority familiarization and thoughtful packing as well. We have a robust management and response policies, including U.S. Embassy registration, again, working with GeoBlue, our international health insurance. We have local knowledge through our partners on the ground, and of course, what I mentioned before, our 24-hour on-call support.
Thank you, Christina. To the board, we don't do this work alone. Quest is a structural answer to what our students taught us. Students who in their final insights challenge us to build a school where every student succeeds without exception. We're asking this board for the autonomy to finally give them the something different they've been asking for since 2015, with the oversight, transparency, and accountability that the charter movement demands, ensuring that for our current and our future students, the specialized pathway is finally good enough. Thank you, and we look forward to your questions.
Thank you to the Kingsman team. I'll now open it up to my colleagues for questions. I'll first start with Board Member Sandman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kelly, and your colleagues for the excellent presentation. How many students have gone through the Quest pilot program over the last 4 years?
Yeah, so we actually started before 4 years. It was around 2016 when we started taking students off-site for wellness retreats, focusing on intensive academic support. That was around 2016. We had about 25 students that we were concerned about. The pilot started after the pandemic. Since we started the pilot, we've had about 28 to 30 students that have gone through the pilot and helped us really design the program as co-designers to figure out what made sense for them was sort of within the parameters of the competency-based program. The program currently has 16 students that are going through the pilot right now.
How, if at all, will the program you're asking us to authorize differ from the pilot program you've been operating over the last few years?
Yeah, I'll talk through what we're doing so far, and then Sam and Christina can jump in if needed. Right now, we cannot travel for 180 days. I think the biggest lesson that we're learning is that we take students to sites, they're digging into content, they're getting internships and opportunities, and then they have to go home. We choose how we allocate resources just like any other charter school. Some schools decide to invest in football teams and basketball teams. We put the money back into interventions. So we've been able to prioritize those interventions for our students. But in order to do it for the full 180 days in terms of a full program, that is the difference between the pilot and implementation. The other difference is the full implementation will allow us to add the additional partners, increase our partnership with universities around the world so kids can get dual enrollment opportunities. It allows us to do full implementation based on what we've learned so far.
How have you been funding the pilot program? How have you been paying for the off-site experiences?
Yeah, 99% of Kingsman funding is pure per pupil. And there are trade-offs to that, right? So if you ask our students how we spend our money, they will tell you we spend it on making sure that they're safe, making sure we have staff who are supportive, making sure that they have opportunities based on what they need to learn. Any other school, I don't know if students can answer that question or not, but they're trade-offs. And for some of those trade-offs, it means that, like I said, we don't have sports teams. We're lean in terms of how we operate. We're very efficient in how we spend and allocate resources. And if those resources aren't getting the results, then we need to pivot. So there's no outside funding. We're doing it through per pupil. We've learned enough in the pilot to know that it's time to scale, and that's why we're requesting the designation to receive residential funding.
So the biggest difference, as I understand it, is that you'll now be able to have students do the program for a full 180 days where you have not been able to do that in the pilot program.
Absolutely. And the biggest lesson learned is that they don't want to go home. We need to learn what reintegration looks like, helping them transition back into their communities. They're in California right now doing service learning and peer leadership opportunities so that when they do go home, they're contributing something. They don't go back into those old habits. But I think it's been hard for us because I remember in Ghana, behavior started to escalate the day before we got ready to leave because it's like, I don't want to leave this space, right? I'm finally in a place where I can sleep at night. I can learn different languages. I can participate in experience and opportunities they never even thought was possible. And they're okay being away from home. And it took us years to get to this point. Now it's time to scale beyond the days that we can afford based on the funding we currently have.
My understanding is that a student will have had to have been at Kingsman in DC for at least a year before they're eligible to participate in the expanded Quest program. Is that right?
That's correct. That is the only stipulation for participation. You need to be a student at Kingston for at least a year. And it gives us a chance to learn their triggers, the support system they have. For students who are court involved, we have social workers involved in meetings. We have probation officers, whoever their care team is, we sit down and we talk through what does it mean for the student to be successful through the Quest program. And once we know what they need, then we can support. But that is the only stipulation, is for them to be at Kingston for at least 1 year. Now, I will say, word of mouth, parents are calling, asking for their kids to be in Quest. That's not an option. You have to be a Kingsman for at least 1 year before you're eligible to participate in the program.
Is there any limitation on the number of years a student can be a Quest student?
No one wants to leave once they're in, unless their life circumstances change. So once a student is in the program, they usually continue. If at any point a student decides they don't want to be in the program, internally we have a wait list for students throughout our other 4 programs where they can enroll in the program if they need to.
Have you talked to the Office of the State Superintendent about this?
There have been multiple conversations with OSSI, CFSA, DVH, DME. I think one thing that I'm learning in the conversations is so innovative, right? Everyone's excited about it. Parents are excited, OSSI is excited. And I think the questions we're trying to figure out, the policies that we have in place were not meant for something so outside of the box, but we want to make sure that we abide legally by what we're required to do in policies we need to implement. But the conversations we've had, we've been able to get over every single barrier. I think OSSI had over 25 questions that we answered, satisfied their responses, communicated with PCSB. And in multiple ways, they've given us a green light and even offered perspective on ways we could improve the program. And I appreciate that collaboration.
Thank you very much. I don't have any more questions.
Thank you, Board Member Salmon. Next, we'll hear from Treasurer Stanley Beatty. Treasurer.
Thank you, Chair Adamafania. Thank you to the Kingsman team. I will be candid with you. I've had a lot of questions about this proposal. I thank you all for your innovation and for your willingness to think out of the box to serve the students that you serve. I also want to thank staff for all the work that they have done in answering my questions and addressing my concerns. I won't spend time on what has already been addressed, but I do have a couple of questions for you. I'll start, Ms. Kelly, with outcomes, academic outcomes. So I heard you mention an improvement of 3 grade levels and 2 grade levels. Can you go over that again? Because one was math and one was something else.
Sure. I'll ask Erin to jump in. She's looking at our data nonstop. I will say in general, we have 5 programs. This is the most innovative, most transformative, but I say that every single time we create a new program. We start to close the gaps, right? If 70% of our students are doing well, I'm worried about the 30% who are not. And what do we need to adjust to make sure that we're able to close that gap? Quest is one step closer to getting to 100%. Now, once we get to 100%, I'm going to raise the bar, right? So I will let Erin answer the question within that context to just clarify reading and math. Erin?
Yes, thank you. So our charter goals are a little different, being an alternative school. So our reading and math goals are based on our academic functioning levels as a competency-based program. And when students enter every single year, we assess where they're at on their baseline academic functioning level for reading and math. So where's their foundation where they understand all of the requirements in an academic functioning level? And then where do they start to have gaps? And that's where they start. And students need to learn, master those competencies related to the gaps before they can move on in their academic functioning levels. Just to give you a baseline of how our program is run, this is for both reading and for math. So students, for our charter goals, their students need to at least master their baseline functioning level in reading and math in a year. So for example, we met our goals last year. I want to say in reading, 68% of our students mastered their baseline functioning level, and in math, it was 72%. In Quest for students last year, 100% of our students met their baseline functioning levels, and this year, 100% have already met them. That's our first academic outcome that we're super proud of. In addition to that, our students, because it's a competency-based program, our students are allowed to work at their own pace, or the pace that aligns with their goals. And we don't hold them back at just learning one academic functioning level. We want them to pursue and keep going, because so many of them start behind grade level when they enter our programs. So what Ms. Kelly was sharing before in the opening is our students in Quest, on average, each of the last 2 years, last year and this year, have grown three grade levels in reading and 2.5 grade levels in math. And then those equate to how our program is built based on those academic functioning levels.
Okay. Okay, so that's helpful. So then that growth is in 1 year. It's not multiple years, it's 1 year.
Each year.
Each year. Okay.
Yeah.
And just help me out here. And in terms of the growth, it may or may not meet proficiency. It's growth over the baseline.
We always take a student where they start.
Yes.
And we're working to grow them from there. I will say our current Quest students are now on track to graduate. So they are learning at what would be considered grade level in a different institution.
Okay. And then I heard some of the other outcomes that you all spoke to as well regarding chronic absenteeism, and there was another one. So thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
I also note that you, Ms. Kelly, you said that formally the pilot has been in place for about 4 years. I know you had some evidence before that, but formally Quest has been in place for 4 years.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I want to pivot to funding. I want to thank Board Member Sandman for starting that questioning. I understand that you said that you don't sort of get outside or private funding. Have you tried? Is there private funding available for this type of program? I'm just curious. I'm sure you have, but I want to hear about your efforts for this type of program.
A couple of things. The major funders don't fund alternative schools. I think that's known for anybody serving a non-traditional school. We don't match their portfolio. They want a portfolio of schools that are, performing or exceeding national averages. It's a selling point, right? So that's one challenge. I think the other, and I've had this conversation with several people in PCSB staff, and I could be wrong on it, but it's our stance. Oftentimes we actually don't know innovation happening in the sector because it's being funded privately, right? So schools are sort of suffering in silence, trying to solve issues through private funding, and the transparency isn't there. I want us to be honest about what we're struggling with as a sector so that when we see the success, it is just as authentic as a struggle for us. And a lot of times schools have the excuse of we don't have the resources to think outside the box, right? We have to do things traditionally because funding is limited. Kingsman is proving the point that with the dollars that we have, we can create something incredible for any student who shows up at our doors. Now we're getting to the point now where we have the proof points, right? We know what works. We know how to make it scale. I think it's a stronger argument now that we can take to funders and say, I know we're not in your traditional portfolio, but if all students are not doing well, then none of us are doing our jobs, right? If our most vulnerable students who are special education and at risk don't have the services, supports, getting in post-secondary placements, we need to think through how we reallocate resources, even if quality is defined in a different way. And it's hard to do that in an accountability framework where proficiency matters over progress, right? The starting point may be irrelevant, but I have 21-year-olds who are reading on a second grade level working on phonics. And within the time that they're with us, they're learning those skills they need to be successful, but a traditional metric will count them out. And I think for schools, they have to weigh those options when it comes to accountability, and they have to allocate resources to the areas that are going to keep them open. I welcome the funding. We turn funding away. I don't believe in puppet strings. I want us to see the growth and the progress based on what our students need, and I want to make that a priority. But it's getting to the point where, as a sector, we have to do something different. So we're going to need the funding in order to do it at some point.
Can I just add one thing, Ms. Kelly?
Sure.
So I'm a board member. My name is Wendy Jeffries, and I just wanted to also add, we've had this conversation as well, in that what we're doing with the Quest program is transforming lives. And if we seek private funding, it's potentially, there for a year or two and then it's gone. And then we have to kind of reconfigure, let kids know that, we're halfway through and it's no longer. And so one of the reasons we're seeking public funding from you all is to help sort of maintain what were the expectations of the program and the work that we're doing and really being accountable to our students.
Can I add one more thing to that?
Sure.
I think one of the things that you don't see, that we've been able to do very be innovative and develop these programs is from non-financial partnerships that actually bring in a lot of value that say if we did get a private funder, we may be paying a large grant to try an innovative approach to something, but we are able to do that in-house and through a lot of partnerships and other non-financial means that would actually the outcome and results of that work would be a larger financial number if we were seeking funding, but we've been able to have those partnerships, if that makes sense.
Does. Ms. Kelly, talk to me about, so with the additional funding, are you projecting then like an even more of a growth in your outcomes? Like how, I know you said it changes the program or it expands the program because now you're able to do 180 days versus whatever you're doing right now. And I don't know if you said, how many days are you doing now without the designation?
Without the designation, it's probably half the number, half of a school year is spread out through we're year round, so it's spread out through over the course of the school year.
Okay, so that's, I just want to compare apples to apples. So that's how many days versus 180?
Yeah, I would say anywhere between 75 to 90 days versus 180. And the outcomes we're seeing, like we're proud of it, but like I said, I've been working with this population for 14 years here in DC. I would say less than 5% of students have actually arrived on grade level. We've been able to actually get them where they need to be based on their age. I can see a way forward that if we can implement this with fidelity and we have the financial support, we can actually get students to grade level much faster. And the opportunities that are available to them will be exponential. I'm talking about dual enrollment credits from universities around the world, where students can graduate with disabilities, students who were kicked out of other schools because they didn't know what to do with degrees, starting with their master's degree and starting businesses. This is what this program provides. And I can see the promise of full implementation and making that happen in ways that I've never seen in this country before. And that's what we're excited about.
That is exciting. Do you have, Ms. Kelly, like graduation outcomes? Like I know you, if it's 4 years, have you seen the other side of it yet?
Yeah, we had our first graduate last year. It's a student who's in college right now, doing well. And then we'll have our second graduate this year. And that student has already been placed into an internship, met all graduation requirements, actually completed them early, because pulling away from life sometimes help you focus on the things you need to focus on and grow as a person. And I've seen a student evolve as a leader in ways that his family and our community is so proud of him. Those stories are going to continue.
No, that's awesome. And then just one other question for you, Ms. Kelly, and then I have a couple of points for staff and a question for staff. Does the curriculum change based on your location, or is it the same core curriculum, you're just doing it in a different location?
I love your questions. That's the fun part. I'll ask Ms. Metz to answer. It's the most exciting part. But I'll ask Ms. Metz to jump in and talk about the structure for Kingsman. And then Sam and Christina can jump in about what this looks like in full implementation. Ms. Metz?
Yes. Yeah, I got excited when I heard that because that's a core component of our program is individualized learning for all students. So that part does not change. All of our measurement topics or our core curriculum is designed so that every student is able to we're able to create individualized mastery challenges for every student to meet the needs of any particular measurement topic they're working on. So it's the same for our Quest students. The work is individualized based on their needs, their interests, their post-secondary planning. And then now with Quest, it's also aligned to these experiences that they're going on, which again is aligned to how we do it across the school, but now it's again based on these different places that they would stay in for 30 days or 6-week cycles.
Sam, you want to jump in and talk a little bit about the structure?
Yeah, and just to add to that, so coming from Think Global School, like the world's first traveling high school, so some of the things that we will be doing with Quest is choosing countries based on the needs of the students, and so like making sure that the curriculum meets the competencies for the year. So students will, so every single country that they go to will be designed. So for example, one country could be focused more on, like, for example, it could be going to Japan and looking at robotics. And so they get to experience it, not just to learn it on pen and paper or look at it online, but actually get to experience it in a place that is actually leading in that sector. So the idea is to design the programs based on the country and based on the needs of the students and the curriculum.
Thank you for that. Thank you for the answers. Dr. Walker Davis, I just have a couple of points of clarification for staff. I mentioned already that I struggled with this. And so I think I'm to the point where I've asked all the questions and sort of gotten comfortable with everything that I needed to get comfortable with. And I'm thankful to staff for their work that they've done. A couple of points of clarification. I know the way the proposal is structured currently, this will be a temporary designation of a residential program. I want to be clear that the designation itself is temporary, not just the pilot. Is that the case, Dr. Walker Davis?
Yes, I'll ask Melody.
Programming designation, I mean.
Yes, and Melody, do you want to expound?
Sure. So given that the school has already been operating a version of the Quest program, they have the authority to continue doing so. However, what they are seeking now is the board's approval to receive residential funding for that program. So what PCSB staff is recommending is that the board grant them temporary approval to operate this Quest program and receive residential funding for the next 2 school years. At that 2-year mark, we would ask the board to engage in a review of the performance and compliance under that program, and then potentially recommend to the board that you approve that designation for residential funding permanently.
Okay, so then the designation itself is temporary. That's what I'm asking.
Yes.
Okay, because when we initially talked about this internally, I think somebody used the term codify the designation. In this particular proposal, we are not codifying because it's temporary, correct?
I would say we're codifying the Quest program. So the current charter agreement that we have with Kingsman Academy does not speak to the Quest program whatsoever. So part of that codification is recognizing that as one of the programs that the school offers.
Okay, which is fine. I mean, you want to recognize that they're administering the program and that we are recognizing that.
Right.
But in terms of the designation, that is what will be temporary.
Yes.
Okay, and when we evaluate this in 2 years, I think you pegged it in the proposal to sometime in 2028. When we evaluate, or correct me if I'm wrong, Melody, when we evaluate it?
That is right. So we have asked the school to submit basically an updated application to us saying that they want to make the program permanent by May of 2028. So that means that we'll have the performance outcomes from the 26-27 school year. And hopefully we will have enough information about the 27-28 school year from an academic standpoint to understand how the school performed, whether students were indeed meeting the goals that are part of their individualized educational plans, and then also assess the compliance performance from those 2 periods to inform the recommendation of whether that program should operate permanently with residential funding.
Okay, and that evaluation process obviously will take place and staff will handle or manage it the way it normally does. And then the approval comes back to the board the way we're hearing it tonight, like
Exactly.
in a public hearing. Like it won't be on the consent calendar, it will be in a public hearing.
Right. We will have a proactive conversation, a public hearing, and a vote.
Okay, and then my last question, Melody, it speaks to the outcomes in the framework. So when we evaluate it in 2 years, we're evaluating it under the alternative framework?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So the school already has robust charter goals that evaluate the entire spectrum of the Kingsman Academy experience. So over the coming months, PCSB staff and Kingsman staff will look at those charter goals and get aligned on how we will use those goals to measure performance specific to Quest students.
Okay. So does that mean that the goals could change? What do you mean when you say get aligned and then assign those to Quest? Tell me what.
Yeah, so I mean, initially our approach will likely be to just zero in on of the Quest students, how do they perform on the charter goals that Kingsman already has in their
Yes.
charter agreement? But that still
Which we're
requires us
already
to.
doing, though, right? That's no change from what you're already doing.
It is different in that our typical evaluation is across all Kingsman students, not exclusive to the Quest students. So anytime we get really narrow about a particular student group, it does mean that we, at the very least, need to make sure that all the business rules are applicable. There's like some insights issues here where we've got, about 16 students who are participating in the Quest program. So we want to make sure that we have a sizable denominator for every measure that's in the school's charter goals so that we can actually evaluate their performance on those goals when May 2028 rolls around.
Okay. Okay. I'm probably missing it. I guess I don't understand the call out of the Quest students against the alternative framework if you're already doing that. I don't understand what's different because you're already capturing them in the Kingsman population. So
We are.
what are you doing different?
The point is that we want to understand how is the Quest program operating, achieving relative to the existing programs that are within Kingsman Academy. So if we were to see a significant variation that perhaps, I'm not saying that this is the case, but if we were to look at that data 2 years from now and conclude that the Quest program is not delivering the outcomes the way the remainder of Kingsman's programming is, it would be something to consider in terms of whether it is worthwhile to continue this program as a permanent fixture.
If there's not some sort of market difference.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so and what you're saying, I think I understand what you're saying now is that without the designation, we don't have the capability of doing that. We look at Kingsman as one single LEA without being able to sort of graft out this Quest program and measure them differently. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Very good. That's the extent of my questions. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Treasurer. Next, Board Member Crucy.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for everybody joining tonight. It feels profound that you are bringing this forward on the night that we're celebrating 30 years of charter schools here. How far we've come, how far yet we have to go. And this last round of questions, I think, was a perfect tee up for what I'm interested in, which is a big part of the reason why I am so compelled by the concept of charter schools is its governance structure, which is much closer to the success of kids than traditionally very large districts that spend these meetings talking about things that have nothing to do with student learning and life outcomes. But it's the board that holds the charter. It is not actually this agency. So we're asking questions of things that this agency would be coming back to in a couple of years as the authorizer. But I'm curious, and you spoke to a little bit of this, but I'd love to hear a bit more on how your board seeks to adapt its oversight and governance role of an LEA that's been around for a while with this unique piece here that's like a new little charter school. To be able to have the right kind of feedback loops in a really different operational environment. I'd welcome all of it. Thank you.
Sure. I'll open it and then our board members can jump in and Rich, you can jump in as well. This is our 5th program. And when you look at the reason that Kingsman exists and the way we have to operate in order to serve students, that no one else has been successful with. The level of transparency that the board has into how we operate really speaks to the freedom to innovate the way we need to, but also the accountability that they hold me to. I've never went before our board not meeting a financial metric. I never went before our board not meeting a goal. I never went before our board with a proposed idea and didn't pull it off with fidelity. We're not going to start now. The board's been engaged from the beginning. At least 2 of our board members will serve on our advisory committee for Quest. That committee will be providing strategic oversight, talking through challenges as they arrive, along with the subject matter experts who've been doing this for way longer than we have, just so they can always stay informed on exactly what's happening. In board meetings where we've talked about the evolution of this program over time, they've heard directly from our students around what they need from us, and it's our responsibility to deliver. And if we're not, then we're not doing our jobs. And that's the way that I look at it from a financial standpoint, programmatically, and then accountability. Rich, I don't know if you want to add anything just in terms of what's going to look different or what has to look different. And then if any board members want to jump in, please do so.
Sure. One of the things we've discussed with the board is just that, the responsibility of the board members doesn't change. They still are fiduciaries. They still have, duties of loyalty and care, et cetera. What changes now is how they're going to assess how well they're fulfilling those duties, because these students are now in a different environment. The circumstances around those environments are different. And so that's why it'll be important for them to rely on people like Sam and Christina and others who can give them a better gauge of the quality of what they're delivering and if there are any gaps there. And so that way, board members, their ability to sleep well at night will be this, they're still going to want that. But how they get that comfort will change a little bit as this program expands and becomes a greater part of what Kingsman is offering all its students who participate in the Quest program.
I'm the board chair, and I do think about all the responsibilities that Rich outlined, and Kanisha and team have always been very forthcoming and responsive to board questions. So I'm confident we will continue to get information. We've really drilled into this one too, because it is so different, and made sure that we have put structures in place that will ensure the program's success. Plus, we have 4 years as a pilot, so it's not like we're just jumping off the diving board and hoping there's water at the bottom. So I think we will be, another way to look at this is we have multiple programs, we look at all of them. This is another, but because of its unique nature, we're just going to have more scrutiny, more oversight than we would for, say, the domestic ones.
Thank you for that, Chair Bessner and Rich and Ms. Kelly. My follow-up question is, can you be more specific? It doesn't sound like there are new committees on the board. Can you be more specific as to a board agenda, how you're particularly following the success of, I know there's many programs, this is a really unique program. I'd just like to hear a bit more, and even if you can't speak, there's going to be changes. This is innovative, and that's the reality of the last 30 years we've all looked at in the charter sector. I'd love to hear how you anticipate being responsive if those structures aren't yet in place.
Yeah, I can talk through programmatically infrastructure that we built around this program, like every other program at Kingsman. We often engage third-party consultants to do external evaluations of our programs, and those reports go directly to the board. So the source of information are from people who know how to do this work and know how to do it well and know what the standards are. So in addition to the board holding us accountable for what we agreed to in our charter, we also have experts who are always evaluating our external programs to make sure that we're meeting the mission for each program with the standards that each program requires us to have. In addition to that, we are adding new board members. We recently added a board member with extensive experience in residential settings, students in the care of a school, knowing what the quality looks like. Issa Stokes, I think he's still on. I don't know if he had to drop off yet. But his level of experience and expertise, just having the background knowledge and knowing at the governance level, what is the standard? what questions should we be asking in addition to the external evaluators? That is built into the meetings that we have with the board, the reports that they receive, and the data that they look at for every single meeting. To Steve's point around the pilot, this is something that has evolved over time. We were very intentional about the design of it, the same way we are with every other program, to the point where we're getting to the point where we can look at allocation and outcomes by program specifically, looking at resources that we're allocating to programs and know if the outcomes are there. And we can have conversations if we need to pivot or not. And I've made it very clear to the board, if we're allocating resources and not seeing the results, we won't continue, right? We will get the feedback, we'll make the adjustments, but if we're not seeing the improvement, because we're talking about lives, I'm not talking just about some idea, we're talking about students that are not being served well by the city. There's a higher level of responsibility that we have to make sure that those things are operating the right way. Issa, if you want to jump in just to talk about your role in the board, the experience that you have, and what we can expect at the governance level with your level of expertise.
Awesome, thank you. I'm Issa Stokes, and I'm a new board member, and I'm very excited about this particular opportunity. I have over 19 years of child welfare and residential services in Baltimore, Maryland, and Washington, D.C., and even now in Charlotte, North Carolina as well. What was most important from a governance standpoint, was understanding the complexity, right, of taking educational really turn into an educational ecosystem, is what I would like to say, and understanding that some of the governance as well as ratios when it comes to students who are abroad or not in the domain of the school. But most importantly, from that level, it would be a lot of when it comes to the residential lens, that's where my area of expertise really lies in, what are meeting credentials, what's going to meet criteria to ensure that the students excel, that is also lines up with Kingsman Academy. And I think what's most important from my lens and what I will bring to the board and the committee as well is understanding that achievement, academic achievement and stability without environmental stability cannot happen. And in residential care, as an operating officer, that was most important. And that's what we really looked and focused on, the stability of environmental stability, pardon me. And so really just focusing on that, and that will bring my expertise into the conversation. And obviously my lens and expertise is focused from the academic residential lens. And I'm very excited about the innovation and the great work that Kingsman has done, as well as obviously them having a pilot program so that we can redefine some of the processes as well moving forward.
And I will add that we're also doing a strategic plan as a school. And so one of the pillars of it, we're literally in the midst of, like, we've done the focus groups, we're like putting all the data together. We're working with researchers at GW who are our external consultants on this. And so they're obviously experts in this and as well, and are bringing in lots of resources and ideas. But one of the pillars of the strategic plan is governance. And so part of the conversations we're having as part of the strategic planning process, and that will continue, is exactly what you're asking. Like, are there additional structures that need to be put in place? What is onboarding looking like for new board members and current board members? Not just when they're coming in, but ongoing support. What is needed? What does that look like? How do we continue to grow and evolve our own internal governance processes? Like, I participated in the 3 optional trainings that were provided by the PCSB board over the last couple of months to sort of understand where that's going for all schools. And they were fabulous, by the way. And I think, that's part of, we're going to continue doing that for Kingsman within our own structures. And so that will be part of the conversation, knowing that we're taking Quest on to the next level. We've been doing it as a pilot, but now as we have, if with a new designation, with new accountability, what we learn, what we need to report back on from you all, will get built in, not just to the work that the school is doing, but also the accountability and the governance level of work as part of the work that we do as a board. So we're very aware of it and are, like, kind of to your, in depth. We don't know yet because we're in it.
Yep.
But we're going to put the same lens and level of expertise and accountability that we've done for every other program, and understand that there's nuances and another level that we'll be adding to it based on the specifics of the Quest program.
Leah, one thing we did not raise is compliance reporting. So in our work with OSSI, their special education team, and our work with the off-the-state homeless liaison, all the entities at OSSI that oversee work for the city, they have been thought partners in compliance reporting, what that looks like. The level of reporting is on an increase significantly. Erin and her team will be taking a lot of the lead on that, as well as our internal data reporting that we already do. We just have to step it up 3 notches because it's not just about the students that we have, but they're also connected to agencies that we also have to collaborate with. So our board would benefit from additional compliance reporting and data dashboards, way more robust than we already give, which is probably more than most schools. But we take the level of intervention design seriously. I don't know if Erin wants to add anything. And then I think the other factor that we have not talked about related to this is just the research partnership. We want to be able to translate practices that we're seeing in Quest across our other programs. So by Quest innovating and thinking outside the box, we should see the results of that in the Bridging the Gap program, the Genesis program, for something as small as family engagement. Quest has 100% family engagement. I cannot say that about any other program we've created, but those practices and principles that we've been able to implement, I'm starting to see them already spread throughout our other programs during the pilot. So that's the level of sort of accountability and oversight that the board is going to expect from me. How do you share the practices across the school? And at some point, how do we share those practices across the city?
I was just going to add that we have a level of a number of assurances that we're working through. We have a draft document that we're finalizing as part of this Quest program as it goes full time after tonight, hopefully. And all of those things are being built out to track. In addition, in the voting memo that is public for the public hearing, there's also alluding to PCSB putting in place their site visit protocol. We have to get all of the locations approved well in advance. So all of those items, we're starting to put structures and procedures in place to making sure that we're tracking those as we work with the Quest team, and they're making sure that all of those documents are put in place. So kind of a double tracking standard. And I know, Julia, you came off to talk too.
Yeah, I think several board members have hit on this, but I'd say just add 2 things as a board member who has been with the Kingsman board for a long time. One, just like the structures in place, I think, sort of lend itself well to a different level of depth that we're going to have to go to with the Quest program in particular. Just the ability to disaggregate and really go deep has been something that, has already been structured into how we as a board review materials and think about Kingsman. It's not just holistically, but it really is program by program. And then that really the evaluation infrastructure that has been built up over the last year or so, in addition to the strategic planning, I think will also lend itself very well to thinking through some of the added needs that we can think about from a governance perspective as well as programmatically.
Thank you. Thank you all for reading us in a bit to that, because all of this needs to ladder up. And those of us who are in it day to day, members of the staff, you're in it day to day. So the role of governance is to have familiarity and be the fiduciaries to be able to ask questions. And then our role is another step in that. And it's important for me to be able to hear how you're anticipating some things, preparing for it, but also to de-risk to the best you can, but also have something in place to be able to adapt and change as inevitably things arise that you didn't expect. Thank you. Chair, back to you.
Thank you, Board Member Crucy. Board Secretary Marino.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this presentation tonight and for your engagement. I understand you've been working with the PCSB team and with all of the city agencies you mentioned for a very long time. So thank you so much. I think the why for the program was incredibly clear and compelling, both in the written materials and in your presentation tonight. And I think the level of innovation that you're thinking about for this student population is really unprecedented and important for the city, for this board to learn from, and for your peers and colleagues in schools really across the country. I just want to make sure that I'm grounded in some of the what and the how of the program. So my understanding is that if we approve this tonight, your funding would start July 1 and the program would start with the regular school year calendar. When is the first time the next cohort of Quest students would actually leave the country?
If the program, we're a year-round school. We get short breaks throughout the school year. If the program is approved, the students will be traveling starting July 20th. The minimum number of days is 180 days. We actually have 196 days built into our calendar. Those include emergency contingency days. Life happens when you're traveling. We want to make sure we hit the minimum. In addition to what we call sort of assessment days, where students have a chance to get intensive support, finalize projects, those are also built in as well. So July 20th. And then I think the school year for next year, Aaron, you correct me if I'm wrong, ends June 22nd, 2027.
Okay, and so would they move into a DC residential facility July 1, or they would start by traveling abroad in July 20th or 22nd, whatever date you just said?
They would start on the 20th. So one conversation we've had with OSSI and PCSB, the DME staff, that official Kingsman school days are traveling days for Quest. So anytime Kingsman is in session, students in the Quest program are in the care of Kingsman Academy. And then whenever Kingsman has breaks, so winter break, Thanksgiving break, the students are with their families, are placements that they have, and that aligns to Seed, Monument, and how the other residential programs sort of work throughout the calendar school year.
Yep, yeah, that was very clear in your materials with OSSI. So where would the students be going in July this year?
We have there are a couple of moving parts. We have contingency plans based on the timing of the funding. So if the funding is in Q1 or Q2, Sam, I don't have the exact locations in front of me, but I think we have about 20 sites that are going through a very robust vetting requirement to make sure that it meets all the requirements for OSSI, everything we've agreed to with PCSB. We can list the potential sites. What we agreed to with PCSB is 30 days after approval, you will have all the official sites that meet all the requirements. And then yearly by November 15th of the previous year, PCSB will have access to all of the sites for the upcoming year.
And how many times a year will you change locations internationally?
Let me pull up the site for 1 second. There are 6 what we call academic sessions that this calendar is broken into between the breaks. So I think maybe it's trimester 2, session 3. I can tell you exactly in a moment. That time period where you have Thanksgiving break and then you have 2 weeks off for winter break, that is the time where we sort of break up the site. So students are with their families during the holidays and our staff can be there as well. I think between those sort of structured breaks throughout the year, there are about 7 to 8 sites, 7 to 9 sites that students will visit throughout the course of the year, ranging anywhere from 9 days to I think it's 24 days to make up the total 180 days required for the school year.
Okay, that's really helpful. So they're on the move quite a bit. Students are on the move quite a bit in this program. And
yeah, and I'm sorry, the continuation of the continuation of the support is how we're seeing the results. I think in a traditional sort of school day, especially at Kingsman, the building is open from 8:30 to 3 p.m. Learning happens outside of that, of course. But when they're in the care of Kingsman and they're so excited about the work that they're doing, it often goes into the late hours of the night, right? It goes into the weekend. So those weekend days, they're actually not counting as school days. The students have requested days where they can just be teenagers and socialize, but we're finding that they actually want to engage in coursework based on what they're doing because they're creating projects that come to life. So those weekend days are actually not included, but they're also in the care of Kingsman during that time as well.
And do the students, I heard reference earlier tonight to cohorts within the program. Do the students stay together when they travel, or is it possible that of the 16 students in the program, 4 could be in one country, 4 could be in a different country?
Absolutely not. They stay together. Students are divided into cohorts of 4. So for every 4 students, we have 2 adults that are dedicated to them in addition to all of our support staff. That 4 to 2 model has been most effective. Over the years, we tried larger groups. We didn't get the academic outcomes we wanted to see. And more importantly, the relationships mattered, right? Having people you can go to support. but also making sure that traveling together was the best way in terms of being financially responsible, but also making sure that our staff are supported from each other by traveling together. I don't know if Sam and Christina want to jump in. I know this is a very unique staffing model for a program like this, but we've seen the most success this way. If you guys want to add anything.
What I can say is in the current program I'm working with, it's 30 students with 14 staff. So I think with this model is actually a stronger model where staff get supported and also have time to be able to manage students and get time away as well, and vice versa. So I think it's really important to have a good balance of student and staff time separate, as well as to be able to have the support, because usually what happens in these situations is they get to build stronger relations with each other, especially if they're in those small mini groups rather than a larger group. Or if it's traveling separate, it doesn't give them the opportunity to have those enriched experiences, especially because some of them may have different experiences, and in those communal times they'll get to share those experiences and learning with each other.
Okay, and then this may be a question for the PCSB team. If we approve this tonight, we would have the list within 30 days of countries that are approved, but we would not have the specific locations for the year. And then in November of this year, November of 26, we would have the specific itinerary and locations for the 27-28 school year.
I can answer that. You will have the locations, you will have the dates of the locations, you will have the focus of the locations. And I think the timing for us, the sites that we're currently vetting, we've also sort of drafted MOUs with universities, different entities. To name those publicly, we wouldn't be responsible. So as soon as we know how we're going to move forward, we can share that information with PCSB. And because we're so prepared, we've been preparing for this for 4 years now. We're pretty much ready to go once we know how we're going to move forward, and PCSB will have all the information. But you're correct. Starting November 15th of this year, you'll have the site's location itineraries for the following year.
But we would not get that information at any point for the 26-27 school year. We would just get a list of countries.
Oh no, you would have everything within 30 days.
Okay, so by the end of June, we'll have a list of countries and dates that you'll be there.
Exactly.
And then what about dates and location of DC residential experience?
We already have those decided with OSSI. I can share those. We can share those with you.
And that's both the dates and the location of the program in DC?
Yeah, we have the dates finalized recently. OSSI has to verify that with the enrollment auditors. So as soon as we have that, we can completely finalize those dates. And then we also have to be in DC during the state testing window.
Right.
We have those dates finalized with our assessment team. And we have 3 potential locations that we would just need to finalize once we know if the program will be approved or not.
Okay. And that's the only time that students are in DC in a residential facility as opposed to in DC on school break with their caregivers?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. That covers my questions.
I just wanted to chime in here just to close the loop and affirm what Kenesha Kelly just shared, and note that the charter amendment that we will ask the board to approve gives the specifics on the reporting the 30 days removed from the approval. So tonight, assuming you do approve it, disclosing those locations to us, and then to Kenesha's earlier comment that November 15th date moving forward is a part of the language in that amendment as well.
Thank you, Melody, and thank you, Secretary Marino. Kingsman team, just 2 more questions, and then we will wrap it here. Question 1, would love to know of the folk who are traveling with the students, how many of them will be Kingsman employees?
14.
And the total number of folk traveling with the students?
14 traveling with students, 14 Kingsman employees. That does not count consultants who will be coming in to do the third-party evaluations that I responded to. That doesn't include any other in-country partners or staffing, but 14 Kingsman staff members will be with students at all times.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And then my final question here is with the should this move forward and with the investment of essentially by absorbing the 1.3 to 1.8 million dollar variance to fund the Quest program, are there any capital improvements or academic investments that you all actually deferring with respect to running this program?
No, Jennifer, you want to confirm? I think I understand the question.
Are you saying in order to do the program, does it require us to defer something from the all-school budget?
Would you be deferring something?
No.
Okay. And then I lied, one more question. Can you please clarify if the residential DC time is also at universities? Would that be when it's considered?
With the time that students will be in DC, it's such a short time period. There's a testing window, which they will be taking the DC back. And then there is the short window where we have to be in DC for the enrollment audit. We are exploring partnerships with universities. So like I said, so many people are excited about working with us on it. We're going to be very intentional about who our partners are, but we would want to at some point establish more partnerships with DC schools so that students can spend time learning about their city and the opportunities that are there. I will say in the pilot, every site that we visit, there is always a university partnership. Students have visited several universities at this point, and the full implementation will allow them to take courses there as well. I don't see why DC could be excluded.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. All right. So thank you, Kingsman team. We'll be voting on this amendment later tonight, and so we'll see some of you in the meeting. Thank you.
All right. I just want to say thank you so much to the PCSB staff. I know that you guys have been dealing with me for 4 years now, going back and forth. So thanks for your patience. Thanks for pushing. Thanks for the candid conversations. We appreciate it.
Thank you all.
Thank you all.
All right. Next, we have a public hearing on two related policies, the Aspire Policy and Technical Guide and the Charter Goals Policy. I'll invite Kirsten James Floyd back to lead us through this discussion. Thank you. Kirsten.
Good evening again. My name is Kirsten James Floyd. I'm a director in the School Performance Department. Tonight, staff requests that the board hold a public hearing on proposed updates to the Aspire Policy and Technical Guide and the Charter Goals Policy. The public comment period for both proposals opened on April 27th, 2026, and closes today, May 18th, 2026. As of noon today, the DC Public Charter School Board received 5 public comments on the Aspire Policy and Technical Guide proposal and none on the Charter Goals Policy proposal. DC PCSB will review and consider all public comments before the board's scheduled vote on June 29th, 2026. The Aspire Policy and Technical Guide and the Charter Goals Policy are sister policies that define DC PCSB's academic accountability system. The Aspire Policy and Technical Guide establishes how school performance is measured, evaluated, and communicated. The Charter Goals Policy establishes how schools' charter goals are set, monitored, and assessed in charter reviews and renewals. For the school year 2026-27 Aspire Policy and Technical Guide, staff proposes revisions in 3 areas: updating floors and targets, clarifying select business rules, and establishing a grace and acclimation period for schools impacted by the state assessment transition. The proposed Charter Goals Policy revisions incorporate the proposed grace and acclimation period revisions as well. First, I'll discuss the proposed revisions to floors and targets. Each measure in the Aspire system has a distinct scoring range with a floor and target that determine how many points a school earns. Schools may receive all, some, or none of the available points based on performance. DCPCSB sets these benchmarks for each measure and, where applicable, by student group. A core design feature of Aspire is setting floors and targets using relative benchmarks. In the pre-K to 8 and high school frameworks, most floors and targets are typically set at the 10th and 90th percentiles of statewide or sector-wide performance. DCPCSB committed to updating floors and targets every 3 years to reflect changes in state, sector, and nationwide performance. Expectations rise alongside school performance, promoting continuous improvement across the sector. In June 2024, our board approved extending the use of school year 22-23 floors and targets through school year 25-26, rather than the originally planned 3 years, due to state data dependencies, the revised Aspire implementation timeline, and concerns raised during the public comment window. As a result, the next update is scheduled for school year 26-27. For this update, staff proposes using school year 24-25 statewide and sector-wide data to establish floors and targets at the 10th and 90th percentiles, respectively. This departure from our current Aspire policy and technical guide, which calls for a weighted 3-year average, is necessary due to data availability. Using the school year 24-25 data also allows PCSB to communicate floors and targets earlier and support school planning for the upcoming year. Continuing with floors and targets, staff proposes specific updates for the adult education framework. Because there are only 9 adult-serving public charter schools, using the 10th and 90th percentiles would effectively make the lowest performing school the floor and the highest performing school the target. Instead, the adult education framework employs approaches that incorporate national performance outcomes, fixed baselines, and aspirational targets. The second area of proposed revisions includes clarifications to select business rules within the high school and adult education frameworks. In the high school framework, for advanced coursework and certification achievement rate, staff proposes clarifying that the career and technical education component applies only to students who complete the CTE program of study, course series, and, if applicable, earn the associated industry recognized credential. For the PSAT College Readiness Benchmark Achievement Rate measure, staff proposes aligning the calculation methodology with the existing SAT-ACT College Readiness Benchmark Achievement Rate measure. In the adult education framework, for GED subject test and high school equivalency achievement rates, staff proposes extending the submission window to include assessments completed within 60 days following the close of the accountability year for enrolled students. And for the industry and mid-level certification achievement rate measure, newly approved mid-level certifications will be treated as unscored, display-only items in their first year of implementation. Staff also proposes formalizing the submission process for new certifications. The final proposed revision establishes a grace and acclimation period for school year 26-27. This proposal applies to both the Aspire policy and technical guide and the charter goals policy. The proposal responds to the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, or OSSE's, October 2025 announcement that it will launch an updated statewide assessment in school year 2026-27. Because OSSE will not calculate statewide assessment growth measures for 26-27 and proficiency results may shift as new scales and cut scores are established, state assessment data will be unavailable or potentially unreliable. This impacts schools evaluated under DCPCSB's pre-K to 8 and high school Aspire frameworks, as well as schools with individualized charter goals based on state assessment outcomes. Consequently, DCPCSB proposes a 1-year grace and acclimation period for school year 26-27, implementing temporary adjustments to 4 key oversight practices directly impacted by this assessment transition: calculating Aspire outcomes, public reporting, charter goal attainment, and consequences for underperformance. Regarding Aspire outcomes, staff proposes calculating Aspire measure outcomes for school year 26-27 performance for impacted schools, but not calculating summative scores or assigning Aspire levels for these schools' 26-27 performance. Regarding public reporting, staff proposes publicly reporting all available school year 26-27 Aspire measure outcomes, including state assessment proficiency, but not publicly reporting summative scores or Aspire levels for impacted schools. This mimics the measure level reporting we published back in March for school year 24-25. performance. Regarding charter goal attainment, staff proposes that school year 26-27 Aspire performance will not factor into the corresponding review period for impacted schools that adopted Aspire as their charter goals. For schools with individualized goals based on the state assessment, staff proposes that these goals be deemed immeasurable for school year 26-27 in all charter review and renewal reports. Finally, regarding consequences for underperformance, staff proposes that schools demonstrating signs of weak or unsatisfactory performance based on available Aspire measure level outcomes remain ineligible to expand, replicate, or otherwise grow to serve more students. These shifts impact portions of the charter goals policy regarding schools that have adopted Aspire as their goals, school year 26-27 goal attainment pathways, and consequences for underperformance. As shown in this chart, schools impacted by the proposed grace and acclimation period will have 4 years of goal determinations considered in charter reviews and renewals through school year 2031-32. That's crazy. DCPCSB already updates, DCPCSB staff gathered multiple perspectives on potential revisions to the school year 26-27 Aspire Policy and Technical Guide. Staff launched framework-specific working groups in October 2025, beginning with pre-K to 8 and high school groups to discuss the state assessment transition, its implications for Aspire implementation, and potential policy responses, including the proposed grace and acclimation period. The pre-K to 8 and high school working groups met monthly through April 2026. The Adult Education Aspire Working Group began meeting in January 2026 and has met 4 times to date. Before the first meeting in January, the leaders of adult serving schools submitted recommendations identifying areas where additional clarity, data transparency, or policy refinement would strengthen implementation and fairness of the adult framework. I will say that some of their suggestions are showing up in these recommendations for the technical guide. The pre-K only working group met once in March 2026. In late April, DCPCSB staff shared the redlined Aspire Tech Guide with working group members before the public comment period opened. Our technical advisory group, composed of local and national experts, has met 3 times since October, and DCPCSB staff facilitated a session with our LEA advisory group to walk through Aspire and the grace and acclimation period back in November. Several themes emerged during our engagement. Leaders appreciated that the proposed grace and acclimation period aligns with what we previously called the hold harmless provision used during the transition from DC CAS to PARC back in 2014-15. School leaders emphasized the importance of timely and transparent communication throughout the implementation. Schools requested flexibility to include strong school year 26-27 state assessment outcomes as supplemental information in charter reviews. The technical advisory group affirmed that the grace and acclimation period is a technically sound approach. They also advised us to prioritize clear communication and trust building with schools through this transition. And the LEA advisory group members requested support in explaining Aspire calculations to their staff. And DCPCSB staff is committed to supporting schools as they build greater understanding of the Aspire system through one-on-one engagement and other avenues or vehicles like learning sessions. DCPCSB already updates the Aspire Policy and Technical Guide annually, and this table outlines anticipated updates as additional information and data from the new state assessment become available. As stated in the current Charter Goals policy, DCPCSB will also develop updated academic continuance standards and related discretionary provisions for reviews and renewals no later than school year 26-27. As such, DCPCSB staff and our board will begin developing those standards this summer and continue through the fall. Staff will then conduct engagement sessions and office hours with LEA leaders before opening the proposed revisions for public comment. Staff anticipates the board will vote on updated continuance standards for school year 27-28 and beyond in late fall 26 or early winter 27. This implementation roadmap further outlines the continued rollout of the Aspire system, including future policy milestones, data collection timelines, publication of outcomes, and upcoming board actions related to the Charter Goals policy and the technical guide. I'm happy to answer your questions.
Okay, thank you so much, Kirsten. We'll now move, starting with Secretary Marino, if you want to begin.
Sure. Kirsten, thank you so much for the presentation tonight, for your incredible work on this policy. And on a personal level, thank you for taking so much time to educate me, because Aspire is new for me as a new board member this year. I also want to thank all the members of the working groups that you just described. The level of engagement has been really intense, and I know a lot of people have been coming at this problem from lots of different angles to help us all get smarter and land on a better policy. So thank you so much. I don't have any questions. I just wanted to share a couple of comments and reflections. I support the changes to the business rules that you described and the sort of modifications of the floors and targets. But in addition to that, I would like to see an accountability policy that raises the bar for rigor, and more meaningfully differentiates school performance. I think the fact that 87% of schools are rated 1, 2, and 3 in Aspire right now, indicating satisfactory performance or above, doesn't represent the full range of performance that I'm seeing across our schools. And so I'd like to see us increase that rigor over time, and do that in service of seeing more quality for more kids across the city. In addition to that, I don't support the grace and acclimation period as currently written. I'd like to see an opportunity to understand schools that are underperforming, and to be able to take action next school year with that group of schools, understanding that there's incredible limitations in how we do that. But I'd love to continue to just get creative and partner in the next month or so as we weigh these policies, because I know this applies to both this policy and the charter goals policy. But I'm not comfortable with the grace and acclimation period as it's currently described, and would love to find ways to identify schools that are struggling and make sure that we can continue to take action on those schools based on their performance next school year. So thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Marino. Kirsten, were you going to respond?
I was just going to say thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the board?
I'll just add a comment as someone who's also come in new to this and been learning along the way. I think one thing that has been important for me to understand and to know, and therefore I think to emphasize with the public, is that there will be continued accountability during the grace and acclimation period, and that we should not expect that there is a pause on the decisions that we make as a board. And I think for us as board members, it'll be continued importance to make sure that we have a coherent approach to that when there is going to be a period of uncertainty. For better or for worse, we've had to navigate that during the pandemic as well, and with a change in accountability framework. But Secretary Marino, I share your urge and desire for stronger accountability, for continued accountability during this period. And so I just want to name that has been an important thing for me to grapple with and learn as we've talked about the grace and acclimation period, is to ensure that we could still make decisions about non-renewals during the 26-27 and the 27-28 school years and beyond, when every school is going to have this potential gap in data.
Thank you, Vice Chair Yan, for bringing that up. And actually, you beat me to it, because I do have a follow-up question kind of building on what you just shared. Kirsten, can you talk about the specific accountability information that will be publicly available during the grace and acclimation period? Particularly, how will families and the community in general be supported in interpreting school performance without the summative Aspire scores or levels?
Thank you for that question. Families and communities will still have access to substantial information about school performance during this period. PCSB will continue to publicly report all available measure level outcomes, including state assessment proficiency results, chronic absenteeism rates, 4 and 5 year graduation rates, and other metrics where applicable. What will temporarily pause are just the summative Aspire scores and levels for those impacted schools. Um, Staff believes this approach preserves transparency while avoiding potentially misleading overall ratings during the assessment transition year. To support interpretation, DCPCSB plans to provide clear public-facing communication about the transition and how to interpret what is available.
Thank you, Kirsten. Final call from board members. Yes, Board Member Williams, please.
Thank you, Chair. So I guess, Kristen, let me just follow up on what you just said, because I guess I want a little clarification, maybe just to be helpful to me. So during the grace and acclimation period, am I correct in understanding that DC PCSB will continue to determine outcomes for schools that are up for renewal, and that will then be based on the information we do have, which I understand to be state assessment proficiency and truancy and a few other things, and so that's what we will then be basing our decisions on. I guess I just want to make sure I'm clear in understanding what we will be basing our decisions on, and equally that our LEAs are also clear on what we will be basing our decisions on, because I mean, and I think part of that is just also just in the naming, right? Like I hear grace and acclimation period, and I have a sense here that, oh, there is a grace period. But I think, but I then when I listen to the conversation, what I'm hearing is that there's not a grace period. It is a grace period in terms of us calculating Aspire scores, but that we will still be making determinations on schools. Um, um, Proficiency or an achievement based on certain data points. And so I want to just help me understand exactly what that will be.
Okay, so for schools that are up for review and renewal, specifically in school year 27-28, which school year 26-27, this grace and acclimation period is the final year of their review period. They will not have a determination for that 1 year. And that's just for schools that have adopted Aspire as their goals. So you will use the remaining 4 years of goal determination to inform your review and renewal decisions for those schools. So for any school at which time the 26-27 year shows up in their review period, any impacted school that adopted Aspire as its goals, that year kind of shows up as a blank year. We don't have a goal determination. Now, what I was saying with respect to our public reporting is we do have information available about these schools and how they're performing. We will have Aspire measure performance. So for our high schools, we have graduation rates. We will have state assessment proficiency rates. We will have chronic absenteeism rates. That information will still be publicly available. It will still be reported. It will not be used in the same way that we traditionally use it in a rolled up Aspire score for a school that adopts Aspire as goals to be able to evaluate their performance in that year. The remaining years of their review period that have either charter goals pathways determinations or Aspire scores will be the information you use to make your determination about charter continuance decisions. So additionally, what we've written in is our modified consequences is that, and this is kind of to Secretary Marino's point, that we will have that additional information. And if there is anything about those measures, the available measures that indicates to us that a school is not performing in a satisfactory way or above, we can they will not be eligible to expand, replicate the same kinds of consequences that we have for if they were to have earned a level 4 or level 5. If their measure level performance indicates weak or unsatisfactory performance, we can modify our oversight of those schools.
Let me just say, I think I it feels to me right now like we could do a little bit more work on the grace and acclimation period and clarifying exactly for LEAs on how we will and on exactly what metrics will count and not count here. And I'm putting a couple things together here. Getting new to the board, but I'm putting together one, the feedback that we had from multiple schools during this review period, that the grace and acclimation period during COVID actually prevented them from really seeing what were true declines in their educational attainment and not really being able to spot those and then correct them until really, the past school year, right? So we had numerous folks come up and say, we finally saw those in the data that came out. And then we've taken all these steps this year to address that in a variety of different ways and look at that improvement. And so I'm looking at that feedback and that prior experience. I'm looking at the feedback that I think you've heard from, you know, several board members here about wanting to raise the floor of achievement. And I think we just heard from Secretary Marino, I thought very eloquently about that. And so I think, looking at the prior results, looking at trying to raise the floor, and then I think, while we've had numerous folks adopt Aspire, we've also, in every conversation, go back to where do folks actually fall in terms of OSCE's proficiency levels. And in the end, what I worry that we're not just saying or being honest with here is that during this Aspire grace period, that's where we're going to fall back to is essentially going back to leveraging that data, because otherwise, really, really, how will we make those decisions? And so I guess I would love to, spend some more time in really understanding exactly, what that would look like, and what we will make our decision-making process will be, to achieve those goals and to provide clarity for our LEAs on what they will be held accountable to.
Yeah. I appreciate these comments, and I think, Kirsten, you had a slide in there about the years available that we will have. And I will say this year coming up, we will have 4 years of goal determination data, which is more than we've had over the last few years of performance. And we will continue to have 4 years of goal determination data for schools that are up for review in 26, 27, 27, 28 through 31, 32. So in terms of our communication with working groups and other schools, the schools are very much aware of the data sets that we will use for their determination. But I appreciate the questions about to what extent performance in 26, 27 can hurt or advantage students, and schools, and we can certainly say more about that. I would liken that year to the year that we have right now, where we are publishing Aspire performance measures, and schools have an understanding of the performance for the 24-25 school year. And parents have an understanding of that, but we don't have the summative scores. But I would say that nothing about this grace and acclimation period disadvantages the board in making determinations, because we will have 4 years of data for our schools for each of the years that we are experiencing a review, and for any school that's impacted by the grace and acclimation periods. I just wanted to make that clear, that our review process can continue even with this proposal.
So I just want to make the statement that the one thing that the grace and acclimation period or the proposed grace and acclimation period prevents is the from the technical guide, if a school earns level 4, they are subject to increased oversight with a QSR and or an effective organization meeting. If a school earns level 5, they are subject to an out-of-cycle review and possibly become a candidate for charter revocation. Those two options are no longer on the table as written because there wouldn't be levels to respond to. However, in our modified consequences that I outlined here, if a school is demonstrating performance that aligns with those levels in their underlying proficiency rates, graduation rates, chronic absenteeism, all the things that are available, on one hand, they would be ineligible to replicate, grow, or otherwise serve more students. And those are opportunities that our board at its discretion can say, we'd like to look further into this, learn more about what's happening at the school. It could prompt a meeting of some sort, an effective organization meeting of some sort, to talk about that underperformance in school year 26, 27. It just doesn't have a level that triggers those automatic responses from us as staff and the board. So I just wanted to clarify that those are the only two things that are being impacted by this grace and acclimation period, and that for that year, if a school has adopted Aspire as its goals, that year would not be considered in their review period, but the remaining years are fair game.
Thank you, Kirsten. Treasurer Stanley Beatty.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Autumn. That Kirsten, you got to my question. I understand, similar to Board Member Williams, I understand that we say that accountability would still be there, but in practice, I was trying to understand what that would look like. So methodically, right, when you say that there's still 4 years of data, even with the grace and acclimation period. Let me ask the question this way. Would it be a scenario where, although we have 4 years, for whatever reason, we set up criteria that doesn't allow us to act because of the 26-27 school year? Does that make sense? Like, I understand we're saying what we would have available, but we also have a practice of setting criteria and making decisions based on a certain box. Would we then, or could we then say, even though we have 4 years, we're not going to make a decision to do X because of the grace and acclimation period? Does that make sense?
Yeah, the grace, it doesn't introduce that though. It doesn't take anything off the table in terms of your determinations for reviews and renewals. So um, just like this year, I believe you are making decisions for schools based on 3 years of data, 4 years of data. And next year, in next year's review and renewal cycle, you will have 4 years of data, and we will look at those years and you'll make your determinations based on those 4 years. It'll be the same in the following year. You'll have the same 4 years of data to make your decisions. It doesn't, having the grace and acclimation period does not prevent you from continuing or not continuing a school because there is a missing year of data.
Okay.
Or determination. And like I said, this is limited to schools that have adopted Aspire as goals, which is a lot of schools, but for those schools, not having the 1 year of determination based on Aspire performance does not limit your actions in terms of your decision making.
So for an underperforming school, Kirsten, for example, going down the road of Secretary Marino and the concern that she brought up, for an underperforming school in the year of grace and acclamation, what can we do or what can we not do in that year?
Are you
I'm gonna
saying,
get real specific.
okay, are you saying for a school that is up for review?
Yes.
And, okay, a
Yes.
school that's up for review.
Like, let's play out what it would actually look like, and from an oversight perspective, what would we be able to do, or what will you say, okay, because we're in grace and acclamation, we actually can't do this, which is an option that we would have in normal oversight.
Okay.
Kirsten, can I take a stab at this? So in
Yep.
the 26-27 school year, we will be doing the schools that are up for review. We're actually looking at the data from 25, 26, 24, 25, 23, 24, and 22, 23. And we will be making determinations on that school's performance for those past 4 years.
Yeah.
And we will determine, does the school get to continue or not continue based on how we identified performance for, based on their goal determinations for those years.
In 26-27.
In 26-27, the year that we're having the review, we're looking backwards at their performance. It does not include that year. So let's fast forward to 26-27. So the schools that are up for review in 26-27 will have, the 5-year period would have included 26-27. So yes, Kirsten is circling all of that. Starts with 22 and would go through the 26-27 year. But because there is no determination for that year, we are factoring a performance from school year 22-23 through school year 25-26. And you will be able to make pretty much the same types of determinations upcoming review cycle with the same 4 years worth of data. And the shorthand is that that is essentially a null year, like one of the pandemic years. There's no determination for that school. 26-27 does not factor into your assessment of the school's performance. And then you carry that out each year. For 28-29, we will now have, again, another 5 years of review, but 26-27 is not included in that year. So we have 4 years worth of data for that review process.
So that's really helpful. In 26-27, though, Dr. Walker Davis, we will have, or excuse me, 27-28, because 26-27 is actually when the new assessment is effective, right? Like that's when that's the year that they're taking the new assessment. Let me be clear.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So in that year that they're taking the new assessment, you will have proficiency data.
Correct.
Go ahead.
No, that's correct.
You will have proficiency data. What you will not be doing is, like you said, the summative scores.
Correct.
Okay.
Because our accountability system includes growth, and it includes growth significantly, we are not assessing the summative performance of the school because a significant portion of that accountability framework cannot be calculated because those data don't exist.
I understand. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Kirsten, thank you so much. And thank you to the team for your continued work on this. We will be voting on these policies next month. Thank you. All right. Colleagues, is there a motion to approve tonight's agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you so much. Vice Chair Yan will be filling in for Secretary Marino, who is joining us by phone tonight. Vice Chair Yan, please conduct a roll call vote.
Sure thing. Chair Adamafanian.
Yes, aye.
Board Member Crucy.
Aye.
Secretary Marino.
Aye.
Board Member Sandman.
Aye.
Treasurer Stanley Beatty.
Aye.
Board Member Williams.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. The motion passes.
Thank you so much. Next on the agenda, we have 4 schools up for review or renewal. The last group of I yield the floor to Gina Lucchese, manager in the school performance department, who will introduce each school. And I also invite representatives from each and introduce themselves. We will begin with the Next Step Public Charter School, which is our sector's first 30-year charter renewal. Gina, take it away.
Thank you, Chair Adamafanian. Good evening. My name is Gina Lucchese. I'm a manager in the school performance department. Tonight, the board will vote on the charter renewal of the Next Step El Proximo Paso Public Charter School and the charter reviews of Berea Public Charter School, Goodwill Excel Center Public Charter School, and St. Coletta Special Education Public Charter School. The following renewal standard applies to the Next Step Public Charter School. The standard for charter renewal is established in the School Reform Act. DCPCSB shall approve a school's renewal application, except that DCPCSB shall not approve the application if it determines one or both of the following. Number 1, the school committed a material violation of applicable laws or a material violation of the conditions, terms, standards, or procedures set forth in its charter, including violations relating to the education of students with disabilities. Or number 2, the school failed to meet the goals and student academic achievement expectations set forth in its charter. Additionally, there is a fiscal component to the charter renewal. Per the School Reform Act, the board is required to revoke a school's charter if it determines that the school has engaged in a pattern of non-adherence to generally accepted accounting principles, has engaged in a pattern of fiscal mismanagement, or is no longer economically viable. Given the disruption in schooling and data collection during the COVID-19 pandemic and DCPCSB's development of the Aspire system, DCPCSB did not assess charter goal attainment for school years 2020-21 or 2021-22. Consequently, for this review period, DCPCSB staff assessed each school's charter goals performance using goal attainment pathways for school years 22-23, 23-24, and 24-25, as outlined in DCPCSB's charter goals policy. The Next Step Public Charter School is up for its 30-year charter renewal. The school educates 420 adult students in a single campus across 2 facilities in Ward 1. The Next Step Public Charter School adopted 6 individually negotiated charter goals. DCPCSB staff assessed the school's charter goals performance using goal attainment pathways for school years 22-23, 23-24, and 24-25 as outlined in DCPCSB's charter goals policy. In school years 22-23 and 23-24, the Next Step Public Charter School fully met its goals by meeting or exceeding its goal target or demonstrating improvement in all 6 goals. In school year 24-25, the school substantially met its goals by meeting or exceeding its target in 5 of 6 goals. DCPCSB staff determined the school has not committed a material violation of law or of its charter. DCPCSB staff also determined that the school has not engaged in a pattern of non-adherence to generally accepted accounting principles, has not engaged in a pattern of fiscal mismanagement, and is economically viable. Based on these findings, DCPCSB staff recommends that the board vote to renew the Next Step Public Charter School's charter. The Next Step Public Charter School representatives are available to speak about the school's performance over the past 5 years and to answer the board's questions.
Thank you, Gina, and welcome to the Next Step team. If you could introduce yourselves and then jump into your presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Adamame Fanian, Dr. Walker Davis, and the members of the board. I will allow my team to first begin with introducing themselves, and we can start with Chair Celine.
Good evening, everyone. Celine Verheeren, proudly serving as the board chair for the Next Step Public Charter School. Glad to be here, excited to answer your questions.
Thank you. Dr. Jennifer Dalzell.
Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm Dr. Jennifer Dalzell, and I serve as the Chief Academic Officer at the Next Step.
And before I move to Sarah, Monique Mitchell, our COO, is waiting to be let in. And then Sarah, if you can introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Sarah. I'm a school finance manager at Ops, and I work with Next Step on their finances.
Are we able to see Monique?
I don't see Monique.
She just texted me. She says she's waiting.
Okay.
Can Monique raise her hand, please?
Let me tell her.
There we go. I see.
You got her?
Yeah.
Awesome. All right. So am I able to begin my opening statement at this time?
Yes, by all means, please begin.
Awesome. Okay. So again, good evening, Chair Adamame Fanien, Dr. Walker Davis, and the
Sorry,
members.
I'm sorry. It's Adam Afanian.
Adam Afanian. Thank you
Yes,
for that.
thank
Did
you.
I say that better? Adam Afanian.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, much
It's
appreciated.
important to say the last name right. I get that a lot
Absolutely.
with Robledo. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I am Dr. Vivian Robledo, and I am proud to be the executive director of the Next Step Public Charter School. It's an honor and a privilege to be here in that capacity, celebrating 30 years of service as the first authorized charter school in DC, and to share with you a glimpse of the work TNS continues to do. We were born from the well-respected Latin American Youth Center, what began as a small program for pregnant and parenting teens, run out of an apartment over a Mount Pleasant panaderia, grew into a strong, self-sustaining school, serving students ages 16 to 30 who did not find success in their former schools. Our students remain fiercely committed to their education, even though they hold many responsibilities, such as parenting, caretaking, and full-time employment. They are community members, balancing complex lives with a dream to have a better opportunity in DC, and they've chosen TNS to help them get there. We provide a strong academic program with English and Spanish GED prep, ESL instruction, and a bridge program aligned to post-secondary success. Our comprehensive wraparound supports include case management, mental health services, post-secondary advising, and on-site childcare. These supports are not supplemental. They are essential to student persistence and success. We are proof of what happens when adult learners are given the resources they deserve. In my 4 years, we have seen incredible demand for our program, with enrollment exceeding our 500 cap 2 years in a row. The city's investment has paid off. Over those last 2 years, more than 85% of our eligible GED test takers pass their exams. Our students regularly grow 2 grade levels in reading and math in a single year, while our English language learners consistently exceed national benchmarks. Through strategic partnerships with Bard Early College and Catholic Charities, our students are gaining access to college credits and industry-recognized credentials in fields like green construction, providing a direct pathway to economic mobility in DC. Looking forward, we have a new career pathway starting this upcoming year, supported by our partnership with the Latino Economic Development Center and a pilot with DC Prep, a relationship that will support the youngest of DC residents and the opportunity for their caregivers to further their education with us. We are also in the development stage of another career pathway and a contextualized and integrated instructional model that will roll out over the coming years. But don't mind us if we're just a bit secretive of that, as we are superstitious and we don't want to share too much too early. And with all the successes and strengths of our school, we were not immune to the political decisions and shifts of the world around us. TNS experienced a significant decrease in its enrollment this school year. As the political climate of the nation changed, DC felt it up close and personal. Although we began to prepare for that possibility during the previous school year, the reality of it did not come to fruition until July, August of 2025, where a significant portion of our community feared to be seen and were not present to be counted. We pivoted to provide a remote option earlier than we had planned, and we had to prove to our community that we could be trusted in doing all that was necessary to support them in these unsettling times. We reached 424 out of 470 students, which is what we had projected. By the start of the spring semester, however, we were serving 473 students. We learned a lot from that experience, and we currently are tracking applications ahead of last year and ahead of the year prior. We remain humble and prepared, knowing that one decision by the federal administration, it can cause us to pivot again. But we are ready. As our theme this year says, your mission, should you choose to accept it, and we have, because the mission is possible, and we have an entire community behind us. So in closing, I'd like to thank the founders and the executive directors before me, Lori Kaplan, Diane Kottman, Susan Espinosa, Julie Myers, and Dr. Jonathan Mathis. To my leadership team, thank you for all your hard work and support of the changes I've pushed to implement over the last 4 years. You see the vision of an innovative and new TNS. And to the teachers and staff, thank you for being the actual boots on the ground that make it work every day. And to the students and the DC community, we do it for you. Se merecen todo esto y más. And to you, PCSB board members, Dr. Walker Davis and team, thank you for 30 years of continued guidance and support. You have allowed schools like ours to do the work that we know how to do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Robledo.
Yes. They call me Dr. Ravid, Dr. R, whichever works.
Well, I'm going to say your whole name. You deserve
Okay.
it. You deserve Thank you. And congratulations to your team. What a fantastic accomplishment. And your continued work. I don't know if you all have been tracking, but for a lot of our reviews and that I ask, and so I thought I'd open up our questions answering that. When we are back together in 30 years, celebrating 60 years of transformation and impact, what will we be celebrating about the impact that Next Step has had on? And at that point, I would fully expect the world.
Right. So, yeah, I heard that that would be possibly a question. That what are we looking like in fact, they said maybe 5, 10 years, but if you want us
I
to
change
look
it up.
big,
I change it up 30.
keep us on our toes, as I see that. So if we look back at the last 30 years, because as you see that I'm very much grounded in the shoulders that the school stands on before us. We have looked at the population, we've assessed the program, what is happening around us, the move in the market, and we are now tracking to do this innovative work in adult education. So in 30 years, I expect that TNS will have at least 3 to 5 well-grounded, high-demand pathways that we would be well aligned with an integrated contextualized work, because what we're working towards is not making students stay longer, meaning get your GED first, then get your workforce certificate. We're starting to align that. So we will see this as a fully implemented program within the next 5 to 10 years. So in 30 years, we will be looking, well, what is the new shift? How does that look in the future? Like I just saw something about the Jetsons and we're like way past that, right? So what will this look like? Because we will be tracking to the careers that are not yet thought of. So that's keeping our pulse on what's going on. And I'd like to pass that to Jennifer, who's doing a lot of the academic and instructional work for us.
I think what I would add to that is we remain steadfast in our commitment to help students stay connected to learning. Adult learners face a lot of barriers, and so that will always be part of our process. So we are flexible when we need to shift so that they can stay connected. That's really important to us. I don't see that changing. And I think another thing I would add is ensuring that the programs that we offer take advantage of all the amazing things that our learners bring with them. They're bilingual. They've got a lot of experience coming from the various places they come from. And so those would be key aspects in the next 30 years as well.
Wonderful. And thank you all. And thank you all for being good sports and answering that. And I do look forward to seeing that 30 years happening. Thank you. One other question, and then I'll turn it over to Treasurer Stanley Beatty. One of the promises of our sector, not just bringing high quality education to the city and bringing innovative programming, but it's also the promise of sharing learnings across the board and all schools to be able to think about how they bolster their program. And so you all have truly worked towards really strong performance in adult basic education and English as a second language gains with your math and your reading growth and the GED exam and its achievement. And so my question for you all, and Dr. Robledo, perhaps you can start there. Robledo, I'm going to get
You got it.
I did? Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
What lessons can you share with other adult programs regarding the strategy to accomplish this?
So what lessons I could share? I'd tell you that I've learned a lot from those that are in the game, like Academy of Hope and C-Prep. I've spent a lot of time talking to them. What we have learned is that we have to continually assess our academic program. And that takes some laser looking at what we are doing with the learner and the population that we have, which is shifting, right? So we have to pay attention who's sitting in our classrooms, what is it that they need, and that takes intensive work. And Jennifer, if you could add to that.
Yeah, I think that one of the things we've learned over the last couple of years is how to be more collaborative. Not only, I mean, I know you're talking about lessons we could share, but within our department. So we have departments that have, specific roles, and they connect with our learners through student services, so all the wraparound supports, or data. Our data team's always looking at how can I best provide the data so that teachers can use that to inform instruction. And we've been very intentional about being really collaborative so that all of those people are in the room when we are having these conversations that Dr. Robledo is talking about. How do we help, our students move forward faster? And so I think that's a key learning piece for us. And I think that we do feel committed to sharing with schools outside of DC, because through PCSB's support, we are pretty well resourced as a sector. And so sharing what we're learning, what's working, relationships are key. Again, as I said earlier, a lot of our learners face a lot of barriers. So understanding where they are, what they need, how do we support them? So that flexibility, super, super, super important. Those are the things I think I would share.
I would also add just data, right? Digging into data consistently and constantly. And something new I've been saying is like inspect what you expect. So just what do we want to see? Look at it. Okay, that didn't work. Switch it up and be okay with that. Like not feel bad that that one thing we didn't work, right? You shift and you pivot and you try something else.
Thank you, and I definitely appreciate that, and I'm sure folks in the sector appreciated hearing those things. Really quickly, building on top of that, there is demonstrated need for all of the strong success that you all have. There is demonstrated need for improvement around student persistence rate. So if you could quickly just speak to that, and then I promise you, Treasurer, I'm coming right to you. If you could quickly speak to that. Thank you.
Okay. I think I will pass that to Jennifer, who has had a laser lens on that over the last couple of years.
And I want to start by saying I think that PCSB's shift toward focusing on persistence as opposed to in-seat attendance is a really smart move for adult learners. I don't want to beat a dead horse, but they've got those barriers. And so trying to keep them connected as opposed to saying, if you can't be in school every single day, we're not going to be able to serve you. So that's a really helpful way to look at this. So while we were below the sector average, in our persistence rate, our persistence has improved over the last, we're steadily going up. And so it's improved, and we're tracking right now. Right last year, we were at 71.8% persistence rate. This year, we're tracking to be 75% persistence rate. So we really are, as Dr. Arta said, laser focused on our data. What do we need to do? How do we need to respond to students to help them stay connected? And then I want to say that nationwide, the persistence rate as measured by a pre and post test for adult learners, as reported by the NRS system, WIOA funded programs, that persistence rate is in school year 24-25 is 59%. So DC is doing amazing work at the support we get from PCSB to be able to serve our learners as best as we can. It is producing incredible results, and we should be like shouting this from the rooftops. Look at DC's model. And so we're focused on that persistence. We are committed to increasing it, and we're on the pathway to do that.
Thank you very much. Treasurer?
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Robledo, I want to be clear. I have no issues at all or no concerns about your financials. I see that you all are healthy from a KFI perspective and also from a holistic perspective. My question that I'm going to ask you is purely just from a place of curiosity. I'm curious about your cash levels, and specifically your days of cash on hand. So my first question is, there seemed to be a shift in 2025. Did you have a cash event where you burned down cash? Was there something that you all used cash for outside of what you normally would in 2025?
Yes. And Monique, will you be able to answer that?
Yes. So we in 2025, due to the lower than expected enrollment, we had to use some funds to be able to make up for the shortfall in our budget. So with that, we were able to use some of our reserves to fill that.
Perfect. That's what it's there for. Say no more. And then my only other question is, other than like backfilling when you need reserves, is there a plan for your days of cash on hand? Because you all are very healthy, as reflected by your days of cash on hand. Do you have some sort of improvement plan? Is there a capital expenditure plan? Do you have thoughts about spending down that cash?
So Monique can continue, and then if Celine would like to add to that. Go ahead, Monique.
So yes, so currently we are planning on using our cash reserves as support towards our academic curriculum as we expand workforce development. We'll be putting some funds towards that. We do have some facilities modernization efforts that we want to use funds for. Facilities, equipment replacement and maintenance updates. We are also looking at creating some outdoor green learning space, a computer lab upgrade. And also we're prioritizing collaborative and multipurpose spaces for students. So trying to rearrange some of the spaces within our building to be more collaborative, and other modernization efforts within the building. So some of the facilities upgrades, equipment upgrades, and lots of support towards moving in this new model of the blended curriculum, more workforce development ahead.
Excellent. Thank you for that.
Celine?
And you own your building?
Yes, we do.
Okay, great. And then so then that improvement, that capital improvement plan, might we see that in which budget? I won't hold you to it. I'm just
Yep. No, you will start to see some of that in our upcoming 26-27 budget.
Okay, perfect.
Celine, do you have anything you want to add? We good? Okay.
Perfect.
That was really thorough. Nothing to add. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it for me, Chair Adamafania.
Wonderful. Thank you, Treasurer. So with that, colleagues, I will now entertain a motion.
I move to renew the charter of the Next Step Public Charter School.
Second.
Oh, multiple seconds. That's good. All right. Very good. So with that, Vice Chair Yan, might you conduct a roll call vote, please?
Sure thing. Chair Adamafanian.
A resounding yes.
Board Member Cruci,
Resounding yes. Congratulations.
Secretary Marino,
Aye.
Board Member Sandman,
Congratulations. Aye.
Treasurer Stanley Beatty,
Aye, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Board Member Williams,
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. Congratulations. The motion passes.
Thank you so much to the Next Step team. Thank you for all of your work. Thank you for your engagement in the sector for the last 30 years. You are a part of the promise of the sector. So thank you for all you do. And in 30 years, when I'm sitting back, I look forward to holding y'all to what y'all just said. So
I
I'm
appreciate you all. Thank you so much for the support.
wonderful. Y'all take care.
Thank you.
All righty. Gina, I'll turn it over to you for the next school.
Great, thank you. The next school up is Brea Public Charter School, and the following charter review standard applies to Brea Public Charter School, as well as Goodwill Excel Center Public Charter School and St. Coletta Special Education Public Charter School. The School Reform Act stipulates that DCPCSB shall review a school's charter at least once every 5 years. As part of this review, DCPCSB must determine whether the school failed to meet the goals and student academic achievement expectations set forth in its charter, whether the school committed a material violation of applicable law or of its charter, including violations related to the education of students with disabilities. If DCPCSB determines that a school has not met its goals or has committed a material violation of applicable law or of its charter, the board may, at its discretion, revoke the school's charter or grant the school a conditional continuance. Additionally, there's a fiscal component to the charter review. Per the School Reform Act, the board is required to revoke a charter if it determines that the school has engaged in a pattern of non-adherence to generally accepted accounting principles, it has engaged in a pattern of fiscal mismanagement, or is no longer economically viable. Brea Public Charter School is up for its 20-year charter review. The school educates 770 students in grades pre-kindergarten 3, pre-kindergarten 4, and adult. The school operates a single campus across 4 facilities located in wards 1, 4, and 5. Brea Public Charter School adopted 10 individually negotiated charter goals. DCPCSB staff assess the school's charter goals performance using goal attainment pathways for school years 22-23, 23-24, and 24-25, as outlined in DCPCSB's charter goals policy. Brea Public Charter School fully met its charter goals in school years 22-23, 23-24, and 24-25 by exceeding its goal target in all applicable goals. DCPCSB staff determined that the school has not committed a material violation of law or of its charter. DCPCSB staff also determined that the school has not engaged in a pattern of fiscal mismanagement, has not engaged in a pattern of non-adherence to generally accepted accounting principles, and is economically viable. Based on these findings, DCPCSB staff recommends that the board vote to continue Brea Public Charter School's charter. Brea Public Charter School representatives are available to speak about the school's performance over the past 5 years and to answer the board's questions.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Gina. Welcome to the Brea team. Christy, if you could quickly just start by introducing those who are present and then jump right into your presentation.
Yes, good evening. I am thrilled to be here. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. As Brea is completing its 20th year review. So let's see, I would like to introduce our leadership team. Elizabeth Bowman is Chief Academic Officer. Lisa is Senior Director of Early Childhood Strategy. Karen Hertzler is Director of Accountability. Joel Smith-Gearing is Director of Finance and Administration. Ashley Simpson-Baird is Director of Research and Policy. Doris Garay is our Board Chair. And Dimelsa Celaya is our board member who will be, and former student who will be speaking with us this evening. We appreciate the opportunity to reflect and we look forward to this conversation this evening. Dimelsa, I will turn it over to you.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm sorry for some reason. Yeah, my name is there. Thank you. Yeah, good evening, members of the DC Public Charter School Board. My name is Dimosa Zelaya, and I am honored to serve on BRIA Board of Trustees. I am also a former BRIA student, a mother of 4 children, and someone whose life has been transformed because of this school. I am originally from El Salvador. I first came to the BRIA in the fall of 2017 because I want to improve my English so I can better communicate with my children's schools, doctors, and community. Before BRIA, I was afraid to speak English because I worried people would not understand me. BRIA gave me that confidence, helped me earn my high school diploma through the NEDP program, and support me in becoming a United States citizen. Um, Today, I am no longer afraid to advocate for myself, my children, or my community. Over the last 5 years, I have seen BRIA continue to evolve in response to the changing needs of immigrants and multilingual families across Washington, D.C. One of the BRIA's greatest strengths is that the school truly listens to students and families and adapts its model based on community needs. The student voice helps shape school-wide decisions, programs, and strategic direction. Since 2021, BRIA has expanded workforce programming, digital literacy opportunities, support for children with special needs, and dual language, early childhood programming. During this time, BRIA doubled the number of workforce classes and increased workforce enrollments from 75 to 175 students, a 1,300% increase. I am especially proud how BRIA continued growing and innovating after the pandemic. In early childhood education, BRIA expanded outdoor learning opportunities for children in pre-K programs. In adult education, the schools train digital literacy instruction to help students better navigate work, education, and everyday life in a technology-based work. BRIA has expanded workforce opportunities for students through growth in the medical assistant and child development associate program. Um, the school train, I'm sorry. As a board member, I have seen BRIA become stronger through the refinancing of the Fortune debt, the expansion of the Shepherd site, and successful reaccreditation. I believe BRIA's strong outcome from its mission, driving staff, responsiveness to student needs, and commitment to continuous improvement. A powerful example of this is that many former students later return to work at BRIA. Today, former students make up to 36% of BRIA staff overall, including 69% of pre-K and early childhood instructional staff. That creates deep trust in connection between staff and family because so many people truly understand the student experience. BRIA has a staff retention rate of 91%. Those long-term relationships matter deeply for students and families. I am also proud of the way BRIA builds community. At BRIA, students from many countries, cultures, and religions feel welcome and respected. The school creates a space where families feel safe, supported, and valued. BRIA serves many families who are balancing work, childcare, transportation challenges, changing immigration circumstances, and other responsibilities as they learn English and pursue their education goals. As a board member, I have seen how seriously BRIA takes accountability and continuous improvement. School leaders regularly review data, gather feedback from student staff, and make adjustments to improve programs and outcomes. BRIA does not ignore challenges. Instead, the school works collaboratively to address them in ways that are aligned with its mission and the realities facing adult learners and immigrant families. My hope for the future is that even more families will have access to BRIA's unique two-generation model. I hope BRIA can continue to grow its impacts and expand opportunities for both parents and children, because I know firsthand how life-changing this school can be. I am proud to present BRIA tonight. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yep, go ahead, Christy.
No, I was just gonna open it up if there are any questions.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And thank you to the team again for all of your tremendous work. I have just a couple questions here. One, BRIA demonstrated strong performance in all of its applicable pre-kindergarten measures. This included pre-K math, pre-literacy, social emotional learning outcomes. Would love to hear what lessons you can share, not just about what got you all to success with respect to your pre-K programs, but what are some additional strategies when you think about the two-generation model that you might employ to support success both on the pre-K side, but then also on the adult ed side?
I will be handing it over to Lisa, who is really responsible for so much of the innovation that has happened in early childhood at BRIA. But I also want to say I was all prepared for your question about what we hope for in the future.
Oh, it's
and
coming.
so I
That's my
will
next
just
one.
say, oh, great. Okay, well, I'll preempt it by saying that we at BRIA, of course, truly believe that for a child to be successful in school, parents need to be part of that process, right? And so what I hope for is in the future for Washington, D.C., and BRIA wants to be a part of that, is that really every parent is able to fully engage with their child's school and with their child's learning, because as you know, parents are going to be with their child their whole lives. In schools, we get them for a year, for a few years, but parents are there the whole time. And I think that really makes a difference long term. But I will turn it over. Now I will also turn it over so that Lisa can speak to the innovation in our early childhood program.
Thank you so much for this question. I think it's hard to sum it up in just a couple of minutes, but I would regard all of the learning that happens at BRIA. Christy spoke to the deep impact that can occur when a family comes to school together, and so everything is relationship based. And I believe Demelsa spoke of the strong retention rate. So we have highly knowledgeable staff who've been around for a long time and regard relationships as the core of the learning. For pre-K, we utilize Teaching Strategies Gold, as do many other programs in DC. And from year to year, we tend to achieve very high outcomes on the class assessment. So you can see that we really value those relationships and the interactions. During the pandemic, we chose to innovate and lean into the nature-based learning as an excellent format to promote child outcomes, and we continue to see those outcomes just rise. Particularly, I want to call out our special education outcomes. The SEPA report we led with 100%, and that's really looking at metrics related to compliance and student progress. So we can see that joyful, playful, Reggio-inspired, strong language and literacy is achieved through this way for all students. We are an inclusive dual language immersion program, and a higher and higher percentage of children with special needs has been attracted to BRIA due to these innovative approaches that we hope to be able to codify and disseminate on a wider basis. With parents, I think, the relevance of the education is also key. Young children don't want to learn about something unless it's relevant to them, and I don't really see parents as any different. Parents are at BRIA for particular reasons, to advance their English and academic skills, their own credentials, and their workforce to be able to advance their own economic and social mobility for their families. So the learning has to be relevant. Just as we only study relevant topics for children, the learning in the adult ed classes is highly related to their goals and highly dynamic. We're constantly innovating based on parent feedback and input. Parents are regarded as true partners. They receive the high quality academic excellence through the strong, knowledgeable teachers, but they also we leverage the peer support that parents need during this very unique time of parenting young children. Granted, many of our parents have older children spread throughout DC's schools, and so the learning is customized to the ages of their children. I could go on and on about this, but those are a few of the things that I think are important to call out when we look to the outcomes.
Thank you, Lisa. That was wonderful. Treasurer Stanley Beatty.
Thank you, Chair Adamafania, and thank you to the BRIA team. I have a similar question as what I had for Next Step, and I'll start again by saying I have no concerns whatsoever about your financials or any of your financial indicators. Just curious, two things: what happened from 2023 to 2024 in terms of your spend down? And then where you sit currently, do you have capital improvement? Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. I saw the
baby. I know.
Oh my
I was
God.
trying not to get distracted. So cute.
Yes, but similar question. What happened in 2023, 24? And then do you have capital improvement plans with your current days of cash on hand?
Yes, most definitely. I will turn it over to Joel.
Yes, thank you for that question, Treasurer. So in 23-24 school year, we had a significant cash event where we refinanced debt at one of our buildings, specifically our Fort Totten campus. And that is a campus that we actually operate in partnership with Bridges Public Charter School. We, both with Bridges and BRIA, both brought cash to that refinance event so that we could pay down a significant portion of the remainder of that debt. And so we will have and do have lower debt service payments in the future years, the subsequent years. But that was a major outlay in that 23-24 year.
Good for you. And so is it retired now or it's still in place? It's just reduced?
It's just reduced. It's the remainder of the debt is about 4.6 million, and it's actually split about 50-50 between BRIA and Bridges. So we have about half of that 4.6.
Okay. And then do you have capital improvement, capital investment plans going forward?
So this is something that we talk about extensively with our finance committee and the full board. We don't have a specific plan right now, but we have a facility reserve fund that our board has called out in our audit report for the eventual use of facility funds. We've had some minor, I would say smaller projects at two of our campuses, our Georgia Avenue campus and our Ontario campus in the last year, but they were not as major as our Shepherd campus renovation from a couple years ago, as well as the debt finance pay down. But we did have one specific example this past fall. Our Ontario campus, which is owned by our partner, Mary Center, they decided to put that building up for sale. And as one of their tenants there, we were informed and are in close connection with them, close partnership with them. But we had to really think about, well, if the building sells, then we need to be able to pivot and move potentially to a new building that may require more renovations or improvements. And so having that cash on hand is very helpful for that effort. Mary Center ultimately decided not to sell the building, at least at this time. And so we are still maintaining our presence at the Ontario site, and that is the current plan for next school year. But that is a really good example of why we have cash reserves, is for those kinds of contingencies.
That makes perfect sense to me, for the spaces that you don't control in the event that you need to pivot. That makes sense. And then the 4 million, just one last question, the 4 million debt that you said that you reduced, that you carry about half of it, is that your largest debt?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, our other buildings are lease arrangements. We have well, it was originally almost 15 years. Now it's maybe more like 13 years at the Shepherd campus. That's a GGS owned building. But because of the improvements we put into the building, we have rent abatement at that building. And then the other two campuses, Georgia and Ontario, those are owned by Mary Center. And so we have lease arrangements there. And so there's no debt. It's just the Fort Totten building is the one building with debt.
Is that perfect? Thank you. That's it for me, Chair.
Thank you so much, Treasurer. And so with that, colleagues, I will now entertain a motion.
I move to continue the charter of Brea Public Charter School.
And I second. Vice Chair Yan, please conduct a roll call vote.
Chair Adamafanian.
Aye, congratulations.
Board Member Crucy.
Aye, congratulations.
Secretary Moreno.
Aye.
Board Member Sandman.
Aye, and I'd like to thank Ms. Celaya for her presentation.
Treasurer Stanley Beatty.
Aye.
Board Member Williams.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. Congratulations. The motion passes.
Congratulations to the Brea team. Thank you for all. And Ms. Celaya, thank you for your presentation and the baby. You warmed my heart. Thank you so much. Much appreciation.
you.
Y'all have a good night.
Thank you for the
you.
baby.
Thank you, everybody. Great authorizers. Thank you. Bye.
Say that again. Say it loud.
Great authorizers.
All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you so much.
All right. Bye. Thank
Bye.
you.
All right, Gina, turn it back over to you.
All right. Thanks, Chair Adamofanian. Goodwill Excel Center Public Charter School is now up for its 10-year charter review. The school educates 441 students in grades 9 through 12. The school operates a single campus across two facilities located in wards 2 and 6. Goodwill Excel Center Public Charter School adopted 10 individually negotiated charter goals. DCPCSB staff assessed the school's charter goals performance using goal attainment pathways for school years 22-23, 23-24, and 24-25 as outlined in DCPCSB's charter goals policy. Goodwill Excel Center Public Charter School substantially met its charter goals in school year 22-23 by meeting or exceeding its goal target or demonstrating improvement in 9 of 10 individually negotiated goals. The school fully met its goals in school years 23-24 and 24-25 by meeting or exceeding its goal target or demonstrating improvement in all 10 individually negotiated goals. DCPCSB staff determined the school has not committed a material violation of law or of its charter. DCPCSB staff also determined that the school has not engaged in a pattern of fiscal mismanagement, has not engaged in a pattern of non-adherence to generally accepted accounting principles, and is economically viable. Based on these findings, DCPCSB staff recommends that the board vote to continue Goodwill Excel Center Public Charter School's charter. Goodwill Excel Center Public Charter School representatives are available to speak about the school's performance over the past 5 years and to answer the board's questions.
Thank you, Gina. Welcome to the Goodwill team. Please, Mr. Rodriguez, if you could, I apologize, I'm looking at the wrong name. Ms. Malloy, am I saying your last name correct? Okay, wonderful. If you could introduce your team. Nope.
I don't think she's
She's not on. Okay.
I know she's on. She's
If she could raise her hand, please.
does she Oh goodness, where I know she's on. What happened?
If she could raise her hand, our team will promote her up.
I see her. Give me a moment.
Perfect. Thank you so much. All right, and she's being promoted now. Wonderful. I see her.
Okay.
Good evening. Thank you so much. Ms. Malloy, is that correct? Am I pronouncing your last name correctly? I apologize, Dr. Malloy. Oh, if you're speaking, you're on mute. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, why don't we do this? Why don't we have folk just quickly introduce themselves, yourselves and your role while we work to get her back up, and then we'll move to get started on the presentation, if you don't mind.
Absolutely. I'll go start first. I'm Colleen Paletta. I am the Chief Strategic and Operations Officer for the Goodwill Excel Center.
And I'm Glenn Howard, the current and founding chair of the Excel Center.
Good evening. I'm Scott Bess, a board member and the founder of the Excel Centers in Indiana that spread out to the rest of the country.
Good evening. My name is Chelsea Kirk, and I'm our executive director of the Goodwill Excel Center since we've been here in 10 years.
Dimitri Tyler, our senior manager of data and accountability.
And good evening. I'm Catherine Malloy, the one who was having a hard time getting in on this evening's meeting. So first of all, thank you all. Thank you for the board. Thank you for Dr. Michelle Walker Davis, as well as the staff. 10 years ago, our Goodwill opened the Excel Center to support nearly 60,000 district residents who lacked a high school credential. Nearly 900 residents now have high school diplomas because of the Goodwill Excel Center. And over 70% of our graduates secured employment or enrolled in continued education within 6 months of leaving our school. In our report, you have seen that we substantially met all of our charter goals. We are grateful for the staff's recommendation to continue our charter. Tonight, we would like to share a very brief video we created in celebrating our 10th anniversary. This shows so much better the spirit, the mission, the team that we have, and more importantly, the students, than any opening remarks could ever do. And with that, I would love for you to see our video.
Yes, and I'm going to play our video. However, am I allowed to share my sound because it's blacked out when I go share sound? And I know the video this earlier today was not sound. And we can see the collage of pictures, but the sound does have impact.
Of our team, if y'all can answer that question. Thank you.
Let's give it a try.
Yeah, let's give it a try.
Okay, I'm going to try again. To share sound. If not, it will be a mirage of pictures, but it's still blacked out in the share sound option.
Moment.
It just says as content. It's just more of an uplifting song that goes with it.
Yeah, I think if it's not allowing you to make that selection, we might be unavailable to fix it on the fly right now. Sorry about that.
You're okay. Do I have access to the chat to send it to you?
Sure, I can follow up with you and grab it.
How do I get to chat you?
Should be able to just use
Might
the
have
chat.
to actually email it.
Yep.
I don't know if we're gonna be able to get it up and running that quickly, but I can work on it in the background.
I will. And who am I emailing it to?
Dr. Kirk, you can email it to me. I'll
Okay.
get it.
I will do that now.
In the meantime, while we haven't began questions yet, we want to give space for the video. There's a question that you all are aware of that's going to come anyway. So why don't we start there, and then once we get the video going, we can move forward. But we'd just love to hear what will we be celebrating in the next 5 years, yeah, I'm switching it up. You never know where I'm going to go. What will we be celebrating in the next 5 years with respect to goodwill and your accomplishments and your work?
Madam Chair, I will go ahead and answer that. I think that the one thing that we are, as a matter of fact, celebrating after 10 years is multi-generations of Washingtonians that have really been transformed by the Goodwill Excel Center. As you all probably know, and as you read in our report, not only are we a school for adults, but those adults have the capability of actually bringing their children to our on-campus child care center. And so it really is affecting multi-generations. It affects babies and it affects adults. And so what we have done so well with those 900 graduates and their children, we will continue to do so, and hopefully 100-fold more in the next 5 years.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much. I want to keep us moving because, just in case for the sake of time,
Sure.
and if we can get the
Yes.
video, great. If not, we'll have it posted
Definitely.
on YouTube.
Okay.
But would love to, if very quickly, if you'd like to voice over sort of your top accomplishments, and then I'll just open it up for questions to our board. And again, with the hopes that the video is back up before. Yep.
Colleen?
So if you want to just speak to what you're most proud of in terms of your accomplishments.
Yeah,
and
thank you so much. This is Colleen. I think, there's so many. If I had to say, this last 5-year period really began with leveraging COVID as an accelerator of innovation at our Excel Center, where we were transformed into a virtual school using Microsoft Teams for education. And that completely transformed our school for the better, allowing easier access for our students. We also didn't let that opportunity go to waste, and we decided to open a second facility in school year 23, which allowed us to create an even better environment for our students. When people came back to COVID wanting more separation, and we realized when we were able to move to 2 sites, we were, about 350 students in one facility. 2 facilities allowed that environment, which was even more necessary in our post-COVID world. Our college and career readiness pathways expanded in the healthcare sector with a pharmaceutical technician pathway. We earned our Middle States Association accreditation, which is no easy feat for the staff. There's so much work that goes on behind that. We have a myriad of support services that we wrap around our students. And one new emerging support that came up this past 5 years was something called the Excel Fund, which is an emergency assistance fund. We received a $250,000 donation from an angel donor. Whoever you are out there, we thank you again. And that $250,000 grant allowed us to impact nearly 90 students to help them, stay in school, whether that was avoiding eviction, keeping their lights on, their gas bill, things that, happen in life that are unexpected that could derail them. That helped them stay in school. And then, finally, we're nearly 900 graduates at our Excel Center since we opened in 2016. We will exceed 1,000 after our January graduation. And as Scott Bess, our board member who's on here, said in a speech celebrating all of our staff, that's when you really start to drastically change an actual community, because it's not just those 1,000 graduates, it's their children, and in many cases, their children's children. And so we just are really, really excited about those and so many more accomplishments.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Colleen. And with that, I understand the video is ready to go. Great.
It should be,
See
yes.
how it all works together? It's fantastic. All right, very good.
Play.
In the heart of the nation's capital, a unique educational movement has reshaped what it means to return to school as an adult. Since 2016, the Goodwill Excel Center has opened its doors to Washingtonians determined to earn the high school diploma they once thought was out of reach. For generations, tens of thousands of adults in the district lacked a high school education, one of the most significant barriers to employment, advancement, and long-term financial stability. Traditional schooling models weren't built for working parents, caregivers, and adults juggling multiple responsibilities. In August 2016, Goodwill of Greater Washington launched the city's first tuition-free adult public charter high school, the Goodwill Excel Center. Adults could earn a full high school diploma while also pursuing industry-recognized credentials. The Excel Center model introduced flexible scheduling, 8-week terms, free on-site childcare, transportation assistance, and personalized life coaching, benefits intended to mitigate the barriers to academic success. In July of 2017, the Excel Center graduated its first class of 18 students. By 2019, the Excel Center had already celebrated its 5th graduating class, over 70 adults, each with a powerful journey and a unique story. In August 2022, a second campus opened in Southwest DC, doubling the school's reach and impact. And by July 2026, more than 800 students had earned diplomas, nearly all also earning industry career certifications. Over 80% successfully found employment or enrolled in college within 6 months. Graduations at the Excel Center are emotional, powerful events. Adults aged 16 to 84 have achieved their high school diplomas. Mothers and daughters, grandmothers and grandsons, husbands and wives have graduated from the Excel Center, leading to multi-generational impact on our community. The mission of the Goodwill Excel Center is to transform adult lives through the power of achieving a high school diploma and accessing post-secondary education and careers in growing, sustainable local industries, with a vision to build a community where people are empowered to improve their life and family through the achievement of academic and career goals. For 10 years, the Goodwill Excel Center has stood on one simple promise: everyone deserves a second chance and a pathway forward. As the Excel Center continues to grow and evolve, one truth stands clear: it is never too late to learn. And the Goodwill Excel Center gladly opens its doors to anyone willing to try. Here's to 10 years of serving the DC community and changing lives. Bravo, Goodwill Excel Center. Bravo.
You all, I have to say something. I think that was well worth waiting for. And
Thank you.
Thank you all for being patient with us trying to show that video because, all we're there for are those students that you just saw. And when you ask what we'll be doing in 5 years or 10 years, we will be seeing more of those students saying bravo and just knowing that we've changed lives. So thank you for indulging us and letting us show you that video.
Thank you. Very, very beautiful and definitely captures the work that you all are doing. I will now turn it over to Vice Chair Yan to ask some questions of the Excel team.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. That it was a video that was well worth the wait. So I'm glad we had the opportunity to see it. I just have 2 questions, similar to how Treasurer Stanley Beatty has prefaced a few of these questions previously, not out of concern, more just wanting to understand. The first is around your enrollment. So obviously you all were able to expand to 2 buildings. It looks like enrollment has kind of held steady around 440 for the last 2 years. Your enrollment ceiling is up to 550. So are you all kind of aiming to hold steady around 440 for a period of time? Are you taking a measured approach to growth, or are you kind of just where demand is at the moment? Just want to understand a bit more about your enrollment numbers.
Sure. And you know what? I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Kirk, just so that she can explain kind of the whole picture for you all to understand the answer.
Yep. And I'm going to say to Colleen, if you want to start first, or you want to start and then pitch it to me, I'll say, so you are correct, Vice Chair Yan, that we are at 550 as our enrollment ceiling, but we're taking a more measured approach and also want to make sure that we are meeting the demand, right? So we've seen 440 constantly enroll in our Excel centers, and that's through all of our recruitment strategies. And we also know what it takes to serve a student well and to get those success results. So we don't want to ever just push enrollment to push enrollment. And so it really is a measured approach to kind of know we have that enrollment ceiling, but really stay around 440 right now from a space perspective and from a service perspective. And I would also say, really, we know that our staffing model right now can serve that 440, and that's where we like to stay around to not only do what we do well, but to do it with the intention that we do it every day. And Dimitri, our data manager who runs enrollment, we know that's where we do best, and so striving for that is where we do best to make sure. And I would also just say we're really looking to have committed students. That word is something that really rings home in our community, because we know it takes a lot of intention to say I'm coming back to school, and we also know it takes a lot of commitment to come for more than one day and to be present for that day while balancing your commitments. And so through an intentional orientation process to make sure we can weave out that commitment, we know that we're always going to be here, but we want the students to show up who are ready, and we want to work you through that. But we can't just enroll you if you're not committed to come back to school and to serve you with that model. So we are ready and open, but 440 is really where we are right now between our two facilities.
Perfect. That's very helpful context. Thank you. And then my second question is around one of your individually negotiated goals, the same one that is up for revision. That one is based, my understanding is based on follow-up surveys. So you all surveying your graduates with a minimum of 50% response rate to that. What has your, and I don't need exact figures, but just over the last couple of years, what has your response rate looked like for that from graduates?
Colleen, we were just talking about
Yeah.
this. So over the last, I can take this one. It's been 100% for the last 4 years, and it was 97% 5 years ago. So we are really proud of that number. I would say that that strong response rate shows the community that we have, that they want to engage with us. Our goal is 6-month follow-up surveys and placement, but we stay in touch, I say, for a lifetime. But we have staff members who intentionally are following up for 6 months. And that's because we know your high school diploma is not the be all end all, right? And our model is done to do more than just cross the stage. And so that response rate we're super proud of. And our goal that we've come to you guys for to change is around including more in the post-secondary education realm. And you obviously have our application for that, but our response rate is something we're extremely proud of, and that is a shining star for us.
Awesome. Yeah, I think it speaks to just the engagement that you mentioned in the earlier question and the role that you all play with your students. So thank you. No further questions for me.
Thank you, Vice Chair Yan. Treasurer Stanley Beatty.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Excel team. I want to ask about your economics. I'm not overly concerned, but I do notice that all of your KFIs are trending on a decline. And so I'm just curious, and the declining trend actually doesn't align with increasing enrollment. So can you all speak to that? I mean, it even includes, from what I can see in my materials, a break-even budget of your cash flow from operations margin. Is there something you all can speak to regarding that declining trend?
Yeah, I think I can go ahead and speak to a couple of things. First of all, in the past, we have actually had our staff has not been fully staffed. So we have been very deliberate and intentional in adding staff, in adding support to the students. So it's been, quite frankly, quite intentional on that. And as you know, when you add staff, you also add the expenses around that, including their own development. And so we have really, quite frankly, leaned in more to our staff, into the services that we are giving our students, as well as, because we do have a good balance sheet, we want to make sure, and our board is very deliberate and intentionally saying, we have to make sure that not only are you financially stable, but that you are also investing back into into the school. And really the best way to do that is to build up your staff, the numbers and the support that they're giving the students.
That's helpful. Thank you for that. And so do you, for the foreseeable future, do you expect to continue to do that, or are you at an adequate staffing level for your enrollment as it stands today? Or what are your sort of thoughts for the next, review period, channeling my inner chair here?
Channeling your inner chair, we really are at capacity right now for our teaching staff and for the support staff that we have. The other thing is, as Colleen mentioned, it was just 3 years ago that we opened up another school. And so with that, it takes on 2 leases, it takes on an expansion in that way, as well as the staff. We went from probably about 30 to 55 staff members. That's a pretty big jump over the past 3 years. And so I think that's probably what you're seeing over the past 3 years is what you mentioned. And so it's a new school building, a new school, more staff, and then the support that goes to our students.
That's helpful. And the new school building was what year?
2023, correct? Or am I saying?
2022.
22,
Yes.
sorry.
School year 23, 22, 23, open in August 22.
Yeah.
Okay. And did you all do something from 23 to 24? Was that just staffing as well?
The staffing, yes, because
Okay.
obviously we then had two locations, and so that would build up the number of staff members in the second school.
That's it for me, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So colleagues, with that, I will now entertain.
I move to continue the charter of Goodwill Excel Center Public Charter School.
Second.
Very good. Vice Chair Yan, please conduct a roll call.
Absolutely. Chair Admafanian.
Aye.
Board Member Crucy.
Aye. Congratulations.
Secretary Marino.
Aye.
Board Member Sandman.
Aye.
Treasurer Stanley Beatty.
Aye.
Board Member Williams.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. The motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. I'm a resounding aye. I forgot to add resounding, but yeah, thank you all so much for your work. We'll see you here soon and keep doing the good work. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
you.
Thank you, members of the
Y'all
board.
take care.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right. One more again. Back to you, Gina. One more.
Thank you, Chair. St. Coletta Special Education Public Charter School is up for its 20-year review. The school educates 248 students in grades pre-kindergarten 3 through 12 at a single campus in Ward 7. St. Coletta Special Education Public Charter School adopted 8 individually negotiated charter goals. DCPCSB staff assessed the school's charter goals performance using goal attainment pathways for school years 22-23, 23-24, and 24-25 as outlined in DCPCSB's charter goals policy. In school year 22-23, St. Coletta Special Education Public Charter School substantially met its goals by meeting or exceeding its goal target or demonstrating improvement in 7 of 8 individually negotiated goals. In school year 23-24, the school partially met its goals by meeting or exceeding its goal target or demonstrating improvement in 5 of 8 individually negotiated goals. In school year 24-25, the school fully met its goals by meeting or exceeding its goal target or demonstrating improvement in all 8 goals. DCPCSB staff determined the school has not committed a material violation of law or of its charter. DCPCSB staff also determined that the school has not engaged in a pattern of non-adherence to generally accepted accounting principles, has not engaged in a pattern of fiscal mismanagement, and is economically viable. Based on these findings, DCPCSB staff recommends that the board vote to continue St. Coletta Special Education Public Charter Schools charter. St. Coletta Special Education Public Charter School representatives are available to speak about the school's performance over the past 5 years and to answer the board's questions.
Thank you so much, Gina. Good evening to the St. Coletta team. Mr. Rodriguez, if you could quickly introduce all those who are joining you, and then we'll turn it over to you for your presentation.
Absolutely. Thank you. And I just have to say, it's a long night and you all are troopers, and we're really blown away by how seriously you take your role. So thank you very much. My name is Mike Rodrigues, not Rodriguez, but everyone calls me Rodrigues at the get-go.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Been going
Rodrigues.
on for 60-something years, so don't worry about it.
I got you.
I am joined tonight by some really talented and committed individuals, and I'll introduce them. We have Josh Lewis, our board president, Amy Ward, our school principal, Kaiheen Mason, our COO, Michael Olivari, our CFO, Jasmine Plutzer, our chief development officer, and members of our school leadership team, Andrea Williams, assistant principal, Catherine Decker, our director of student services, Lee Dukes, director of IEP and assessments, and Lonnie Laquanan, our Director of Therapeutic Services. So I'll get on with my statement if that's okay. All righty. For 2 decades, St. Coletta has served DC students with the most significant intellectual and developmental disabilities. We are the only DC public charter school who is solely focused on serving students with intensive special education needs. Our work is rooted in the belief that every student deserves a rigorous, meaningful, individualized educational experience that prepares them for independence, connection, and full participation in their communities. Over the last 5 years, our school community has navigated extraordinary challenges while continuing to evolve and strengthen our program. The COVID-19 pandemic significantly disrupted instruction and school operations. For our students, whose learning depends heavily on consistency, hands-on instruction, therapies, communication supports, and community-based experiences, the impacts were especially profound. What we are most proud of is not simply that we recovered, but that we rebuilt intentionally and successfully. Participating in the alternative accountability framework allowed us to focus on the outcomes that matter most for our students: individual academic growth, communication development, vocational readiness, successful transition planning, family engagement, and access to meaningful educational programming. That alignment has been critical for our school community and for the students and families we're privileged to serve. We've achieved strong growth in student academic, communication, therapeutic, functional, and vocational outcomes. We expanded community-based vocational training from 2 post-COVID sites to 12 active training locations, strengthened family engagement through increased parent supports, and adopted research-based literacy and numeracy programs for students with intellectual disabilities and autism. We also expanded our hands-on learning opportunities through our cooking program and strengthened instructional planning, staff development, and data-driven decision-making to better support student success beyond the classroom. Concurrently, we've also strengthened the systems that support long-term sustainability and program quality. We've invested deeply in staff coaching, instructional supports, professional development, and school culture. We developed a shared framework grounded in commitment, connection, patience, integrity, and communication, and we have worked to ensure those principles are reflected consistently across all classrooms and programs. We're proud of the progress reflected in this review. The report notes that St. Coletta met our charter goals in school year 24-25 and demonstrated strong performance in areas including vocational readiness and functional academic growth. We appreciate the thoughtful engagement of DC PCSB staff throughout this process and the recognition of both our progress and our mission-specific context. We also recognize that there are areas where we must continue improving. Graduation outcomes remain an important area of focus for our team. Because our student population includes students with highly individualized educational pathways and variable enrollment patterns, traditional graduation metrics can present unique challenges within our setting. We remain committed to improving transition planning, strengthening post-secondary readiness supports, and refining systems that help students and families navigate successful transitions into adulthood. Traditional instruction observation frameworks do not always fully capture the communication and functional learning environments necessary for students with significant disabilities, so we appreciate the board's ongoing efforts to refine those lenses within alternative settings. Our focus remains on continuing to strengthen school culture, expanding behavioral and therapeutic supports, deepening community partnerships, and building additional capacity for staff development and coaching. We want every student and family to experience a school community that is responsive, innovative, compassionate, and relentlessly committed to student dignity and growth. Our students require some of the most intensive supports found in public education. They also deserve the highest quality possible educational opportunities we can provide. That responsibility guides every aspect of our work. We're proud of how far St. Coletta has come over the last 20 years. We're grateful for the partnership and oversight of the DC PCSB, and we're excited about the future of our school community. We also appreciate continued collaboration with PCSB and OSSE as alternative schools continue refining accountability and evaluation frameworks that accurately reflect the students and communities we serve. I thank you, and we welcome your questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And again, good evening to your team. I want to start by, I'll turn it over to Board Member Sandman to begin the questions. And I know we have a couple other questions coming.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your school showed a need for improvement in the rate of eligible students who graduate with an individualized education program certificate of completion. You referred to this in your comments, I believe. How do you plan to improve that rate?
Our captain for the evening is Principal Amy, and she will be in charge of directing questions to where they're best answered. So I'm going to toss it to Amy.
All right, I'll get the conversation started, but I also might tap Lee Dukes and Catherine Decker as well for some of that. So something we have discovered with the way our business rules are written within our mission-driven alternate accountability framework goals is that the business rules are written in a way that all students that enroll within the program are counted in that graduation metric, whether they leave or not. And so we have had in certain circumstances, students that have started or have been with us at the beginning of a school year, but then due to various circumstances, their parents moved out of the area, their needs changed, they withdrew from our program. And what we didn't take into account with that is that they would still be included in our graduation data. So we're missing data there because we don't have that data at the end of the year to include in that metric. So that was one of the areas that we have identified as kind of an area of concern for us to look at more closely, and whether or not we need to adjust that business rule to account for that discrepancy. Lee or Catherine, do you want to add anything to that?
I think you covered it in depth, but like just to reiterate, because of the complex medical needs of our kids too, sometimes it gets to a point where parents can't bring their kids to school anymore because of transportation concerns, or they have degenerative disabilities. That has happened, quite frankly, yearly at some point, that a student might disenroll because of some kind of genetic disorder. So it kind of puts us in a precarious situation where like we can explain why this isn't happening, but on paper, it kind of looks like, what are we doing? If that makes any sense.
Mm-hmm. And I think one of the other issues that we have had in that area in the past is the way our goal is written, it requires data to be available. And 2 years ago, we were in a pretty significant staffing shortage, so there wasn't data to include in our calculation. So that took the whole rate down when we didn't have data to include. So many goals were coded as not presented because we didn't have staff there to present them. At this point in time, we have become fully staffed, and that's not an issue.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Treasurer Stanley Beatty.
Thank you, Chair. St. Coletta team, could you help me understand your financial relationship with your management organization?
Yes, I can speak to that.
Okay,
That's
I was going to say, go ahead,
That's
Mike.
okay, Captain. The parent organization is a non-sectarian, nonprofit organization called St. Coletta of Greater Washington, and I am the CEO of that organization. We really have 3 programs that we operate. One is the charter school, which we're speaking about, and then we have adult service centers for day supports in Rockville, Maryland, and in Alexandria, Virginia. Those financially break even at best, maybe on a good year cover a little bit of overhead. So they're not total money makers, but they're a big part of our legacy over the last 60 some odd years.
Okay. Okay. And then can you also help me understand then, is there a timing issue that happened in, I guess, the last 3 years where you all fell below our floor in terms of days of cash on hand?
Well, first thing I'm doing is I'm looking for Michael, our CFO, and he's not here. I do possess a an accounting degree, which I dust off once in a while, so I'll do the best I can. As you, I'm sure, are aware that we've been in uh, a systemic budget deficit for a long time.
Yes.
That's nearing its 10-year birthday, unfortunately. I arrived here about 5 years ago, so we became engaged publicly and politically at that point, and we've been able to, over that time, um, receive support through the council's part of the budget process. And each year, that support has been roughly about half of what our ask was. So we've been kind of building back from a position of significant deficit to one where now, we're at the point where as long as we can get one more year of bridge funding and then hopefully level five, we should be in a position where we have a modest but predictable surplus year in and year out, and that we have cash flow which supports our capital needs, which includes taking care of this beautiful building that we're in. So does that help you at all, or should I get more specific?
No, 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 that's okay. I think the tail end of what you said is the most profound. So essentially your sort of long-term plan is this level 5 that increases your funding.
Yes, I mean, and the crux of that, without going down the rabbit hole, is that the majority of our students require one-to-one support every single day. The UPSFF never contemplated that. That's been generally accepted in public discourse over the last couple of years. There's been no dissenting testimony to the council, et cetera. So it's at the point now, and we even got I don't want to say we got, in the last budget oversight hearing for the DME, he stated clearly, we believe level five is a good idea. So to us, it's only a matter of time before it gets implemented, and we're not going to stop advocating until it gets implemented.
Perfect. Thank you for that. And to be clear, Mr. Rodriguez, I had the privilege of attending one of your graduations a few years
Yes.
ago. So I'm very familiar with the work you all do, and appreciate it and hold you in high regard. Chair, if I may, I just have a final question for staff, and this would be for the finance team. Will or Dr. Walker Davis or whoever wants to take a stab at it. We note in the memo that we are aware and we acknowledge that this LEA is heavily reliant upon the management organization for financial stability. I'm curious if there is diligence whenever we're doing our financial evaluation. Are we also diligencing the management org's financials? Like, are we pulling them into any of our evaluation?
Thanks for the question, Treasurer. So, the team looks at the parent company's consolidated financials quarterly as well, and so we do have access to that and that information, and certainly our St. Colette has been transparent with us about their needs and their plans as well. And so while our responsibility for accountability is to the school itself, we do have access to the parent these consolidated financials so that we're able to test some of the assumptions that the school is bringing to us.
Okay. And in a situation, Will, and I'm not suggesting that we're there, I want to be clear. This is just me asking for pressure testing purposes. In the event that you were making like an economic viability decision, would the management organization's financials continue to make its way into any evaluation that we performed? Not just pressure testing assumptions, but would there be a case in where you would actually include or incorporate their actual financials?
The short answer is yes. That would be we would predict that the school would utilize and advocate for that to be included to help us determine their health, their economic viability, to use our terminology. And so It would going through our normal process as if any school's health is in financial decline, we would ask for additional scrutiny, additional perspectives to scrutinize and to look at and review. And so, in this, hypothetical scenario, it would be reasonable to expect that we would start asking that, or that the school would ask us to make sure that it's included. It would go either way.
That makes sense to me. And appropriately so, the school is currently on our monitoring list.
Correct.
Perfect.
And
Thank you.
if I could just backpack on that, if I'm not overstepping my bounds, I believe we do submit the overall organization financials on a regular basis, maybe quarterly. I'm not sure.
Quarterly.
Will would know that.
Yeah.
And the good thing there is that we have a really strong balance sheet, even though we've been chronically underfunded for the school program. We have no debt. We have this beautiful building which cost $32 million to build that we own outright. So the only thing that shows for liabilities are accounts payable and accrued expenses.
Fantastic. So that's all you're managing is your actual operations. There's no debt in there.
We have zero debt at all, short-term and long-term.
Okay, very good. That was actually very helpful. Thank you for adding that.
I'm sorry if I could say one word. This is Michael Oliveri, CFO. We have offered to the PCSB to submit monthly reporting, although what is only required is quarterly, but we have offered monthly.
Yes, no, thank you. And I'm not suggesting that any more rigor is necessary. I more so just wanted to get on record that we understand the relationship. It's noted in the actual narrative, and that in the event that economic viability was a conversation, which it's not, but we have the capability of incorporating a holistic view of your financials, which would include your management organization. That's all I was getting to. So
Awesome.
thank you. Thank you for all of the added commentary. It was very helpful.
Wonderful. Thank you. And before we move to vote, just the last question of the evening. You all have heard it. Again, let me spice it up for you. What? Yeah, I know you never know. But sincerely, thank you all for the work that you do for the young people that you serve. It's incredibly important and necessary, and a part of how we tell the story about what we're able to do for every student in this. You first. And with that, as you think about the future, what are we celebrating in the next 20 years about St. Coletta's impact to the DC community? And again, by then, I expect the entire country.
Well, I know Principal Amy has something to add, but I'm going to take a shot at that. We are an organization that really knows where we want to go. We're on a good to great path. We have a really, I think, well done, thorough, and well articulated and shared strategic plan within the organization. We want to be a recognized national and international leader in our field, and we feel like we have the capability to do that. What does that look like? Well, maybe some things like a research and development arm, producing papers, producing publications, sharing best practices, hosting sector symposia and trainings, that we have our internal experts volunteer and be reviewers and accreditors for those types of organizations where we're bringing out our best practices and sharing them, and then coming back with promising practices as well. So short and sweet of it is we want to be the best at what we can do. And even though that's a steep path, we feel like it's a realistic path for us.
Thank you for that. I'm inspired. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Amy.
I'm happy to add too, but he definitely touched on something I wanted to mention is this idea that we have a building full of experts. And we were recently recognized for that at our accreditation review 2 weeks ago. We went through our NCASES accreditation, which is a very, just as rigorous a process as our QSR and your review of us. So we did both of those in the same year. But we were recognized as having an unusual amount of experts in one place. And I think we really need to leverage that expertise to share with the community at large. And how can we get more families, give them more outreach? How, even if they don't go to St. Coletta, how can we get out into the community and provide some of those professional development opportunities or family trainings, or allow other schools to access the trainings that we can provide? Because you know, we want to share. We don't want to just hold it all here and be our own little special program, which we are, but we want to expand what we have to offer to the greater DC community. And, you know, you mentioned the nation, right? We, you know, as much outreach as we can do, we want to be able to provide that because we're really proud of the work we do and we know we can do more.
Thank you both. And again, thank you to the team. I really do look forward to seeing all of those things become true. It's necessary and needed. So thank you. And so with that, colleagues, I will now entertain a motion.
I move to continue the charter of St. Coletta Public Charter School.
Second.
Thank you. Vice Chair Yan, please conduct a roll call vote.
Chair Adamafanian,
I am an aye. Congratulations.
Board Member Crucy,
Aye.
Secretary Marino,
Aye.
Board Member Sandman,
Aye.
Treasurer Stanley Beatty,
Aye.
Board Member Williams,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. The motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you so much. We really
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Keep doing the good work, y'all. Thank
Thank you
you.
so much.
Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you to the St. Coletta team. Moving right on along. All right, here we go. Next, the board will vote on 2 charter amendments. I'd like to invite Bijan Lane, specialist in the School Performance Department, to introduce the amendment request from Social Justice Public Charter Schools.
Good evening. My name is Bijan Lane, and I am a specialist in the School Performance Department. DC PCSB staff recommends that its board vote to approve Social Justice Public Charter Schools' requests to relocate to a new facility beginning in school year 2026-27. The proposed facility, located at 5455 3rd Street Northeast, is on the same property as the modular units where the school currently educates students. DC PCSB received 1 public comment in support of this request from Advisory Neighborhood Commission 5A.
Thank you. Welcome to the social justice team. Myron and Board Chair, if you could pronounce your name, I don't want to mispronounce it.
That's okay. And my name is Yini Che.
Yini Che, thank you so much. Myron, if you have any comments, if not, then I'll turn it over to the board.
We do. Good evening, Chairwoman Adamafania. Did I get it? Okay.
Yeah, it's good.
Okay. And board members and PCSB staff. It has been an intense week for our team as we are currently in the middle of DC CAPE testing, while also continuing to build upon the remarkable academic growth our students achieved last year, growth that exceeded the citywide averages in key areas. I want to first start off by thanking the PCSB staff and board members for your thoughtful questions throughout this process. Those questions really pushed SES to further stress test our assumptions and strengthen our planning. And in partnership with our board, EdOps, our treasurer, we completed additional analysis to ensure that our staffing model were aligned even under a draconian worst case scenario. And the key takeaway is this: even under that worst case scenario, SES remains above the 45-day threshold for cash on hands, and we have adequate time to secure a tenant and to be able to maintain a stable financial position. But for us, this process has never been just about spreadsheets or facilities. For our families, this is about permanence, stability, and community. Throughout this search process of over 18 sites in many different neighborhoods, our families had one clear message. They wanted us to remain rooted in the Lamont Riggs neighborhood because that's where we call home. They did not want to move to disrupt the commutes or disconnect students from the community. And this new facility represents what many of our families will be calling our forever home. After years of temporary space and uncertainty, our students and staff deserve a permanent space that reflects their brilliance, dignity, and potential. You heard from Kimon today, you heard from Elliot, you heard from Ms. Ewell and Ms. Allen. Our families really do believe in our mission and vision, and not just the academic growth, but also the fact that our students are able to advocate for the change they wish to see in the world. And so we really do respectfully hope that you will vote yes on our facilities amendment. This has been a long journey for our community and our families, and we're incredibly excited about this next chapter of SJS.
Thank you for that. Board colleagues, are there any questions?
Chair Adamafania, I don't have a question, but I do want to just say thank you to the social justice team, Myron, you and your team, and also to staff. I think I've made clear that I had concerns about this particular proposal, and my concerns pretty much sort of lay at the intersection of trending enrollment and the rent abatement in 2029. I've talked about it with staff, and I know they've shared the concerns with the LEA. I am comfortable voting on this tonight. I think that the work that we've done has appropriately mitigated the risks that I saw and the risks that I was concerned about. And so I just want to elevate that and make it clear that we've done work on the initial proposal. It's been revised such that it mitigates my risk or the risks that I'm concerned about.
Thank you. No, we appreciate the collaboration. We've met a lot this week as a board, as a finance team, with staff. Jokingly but seriously, I think I've developed some new BFFs of so much collaboration time has been into this effort, and it really is a joint effort. So thank you for your questions, concerns, because it really did allow us the opportunity to really push and to continue to further stress test while focusing on getting more results and obviously getting more kids as well.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Myron. I'll say this: it's clear to me that you all understand what you're undertaking. I mean, unless I'm mistaken, you've not been landlords before, right? So that whole concept will be, or have you?
Yeah, no, we have not. We've
not.
only co-located and been in mobile classrooms.
Yep. So being a landlord is something that you're going to add to your resume and to your day job. And so
Absolutely.
I want to be clear that you all are taking this on soberly and in a way to me that seems reflective of you understanding the risk, particularly in this environment, in this sort of economic cycle. And I think that that's to be commended. So I just wanted to elevate that I was not without concern. It's just that we were able to mitigate the concerns.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Colleagues, with that, I will now entertain a motion.
I move to approve the charter amendment request of Social Justice Public Charter School.
Second.
Vice Chair Yan, please conduct a roll call vote.
Chair Adamafanian.
I'm an aye.
Board Member Crucy.
Aye.
Secretary Marino.
Aye.
Board Member Sandman.
Aye.
Treasurer Stanley Beatty.
I'm an aye.
Board Member Williams.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. The motion passes.
All right, social justice, there you go.
We got a building. We about
Thank
to walk.
you, everyone.
We about to go kiss it right now because we're still in the mobile classrooms taking this
I
presentation.
see you. I will see you in the fall.
We truly
Thank you
appreciate
all.
this.
I'm coming to the ribbon cutting.
Oh,
I want a piece
please
of cake.
come. It's gonna be real DC, so please come.
Okay, I
All
love
right.
it. Thank you.
you all.
Congratulations. Thank
Have
you.
a good evening.
All right. All righty. Next, I'll ask both Melody Sampson and the Kingsman team to return, and the board will vote on the school's amendment request as discussed earlier tonight.
Hello again. DC-PCSB staff recommends the board approve Kingsman Academy Public Charter Schools Charter Amendment Request with modifications. Specifically, DC-PCSB staff recommends that the board permit the school to temporarily operate the Quest residential program for 2 years, school years 26-27 and 27-28. The school may seek permanent authorization of the program in May 2028. DC-PCSB will evaluate such a request based on an assessment of program outcomes and compliance performance. DC-PCSB staff further proposes the following parameters designed to support effective operations and transparent oversight during the temporary authorization period. Limit enrollment in the Quest program to 8 to 16 students in school years 26-27 and 27-28 per the school's proposed budget. Require Kingsman Public Charter School to provide DC-PCSB with each Quest site's location, contact information, and duration of stay for school year 26-27 within 30 days of amendment approval. Require Kingsman to provide DCPCSB with each Quest site's location, contact information, and duration of stay for school year 27-28, no later than November 15, 2026. Operate only at locations that have been shared and approved by DCPCSB. Further, require Kingsman to request approval at least 30 days in advance of using any location not already on file. Authorize DCPCSB to delay or prohibit operation of a site until it satisfies DCPCSB's site visit protocol for health and safety. Finally, the staff recommends that the board approve Chair Shakura Adamo-Fenian to sign the accompanying amendment on the board's behalf.
All right, thank you so much, Melody. I believe we have one question from Treasurer Stanley Beatty before we move forward. Treasurer?
Oh, no, I'm okay.
Oh.
I'm fine.
Glory. Okay.
Not Glory.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean, it's late. It's 10:16.
You tried
We're
it.
all ready.
Now look, now I'm on YouTube. I'm just kidding. It's all love here, y'all.
I'm
All
fine.
right, good. To the board, are there any other questions? Well, all right. With that, colleagues, I will now entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve the charter amendment request of Kingsman Academy Public Charter School as modified by staff.
Second.
Conduct the roll call vote.
Chair Adamo-Fanian.
I am an aye.
Board Member Crucy.
I'm an enthusiastic aye. Congratulations.
Secretary Marino.
I'm going to abstain. I found the presentation tonight really helpful, but I would just prefer more time between the hearing and the vote to weigh the issue, so I'll abstain tonight.
Board Member Sandman.
I vote aye with great admiration for what Kingsman does.
Treasurer Stanley Beatty.
I'm an aye, and I'm thankful for the revisions that were made.
Board Member Williams.
I'm an aye.
And I'm an aye as well. The motion passes.
Congratulations, Kingsman. I look forward to seeing the data in 2 years. Go and be well and do well for those kids. I don't see Kanisha. I don't see Kanisha, but thank you. Thank you for your advocacy wherever you are.
Thank you so much.
Y'all take care. All right. Well done. Okay, here we go. Finance reports. I will now yield the floor to Treasurer Stanley Beatty to introduce the finance report.
And I will slowly yield it back to Mr. Henderson to give him time to come on camera. There he is.
Treasurer, I had my finger on the button. I was I'll be brief, but I was prepared to recite my update in the form of a poem, but I'll stick to the regular report this late in the evening. My name is Will Henderson. I'm DCPCSB's Chief Operating Officer. In May, our Finance Committee met to review the financial health of the charter sector and to continue refining our oversight framework. I want to provide a specific update on DC Wildflower Public Charter School. The school's second quarter financial statements were in compliance with its financial corrective action plan. As y'all are familiar with, we call those an FCAP. We're currently reviewing additional milestones from late April and early May to ensure they remain on track with our FCAP requirements. These milestones are laid out in the FCAP, and we will continue to monitor the DC Wildflowers financial health according to that set of standards through laid out there. Lastly, I can report that since our April board meeting, PCSB has not issued any new citations of fiscal concern, and there are no changes to our financial monitoring list.
Thank you. Thank you, Treasurer Stanley Beatty and Will, for providing this update. Much appreciation. All right, next, we'll vote on the consent calendar. Would any board member like to remove an item from the calendar for further discussion or state recusal for the record? All right, colleagues, I will now entertain a motion.
I move to approve all items on the consent agenda.
Second.
Vice Chair Yan, please conduct a roll call vote.
Chair Adamo-Fanian.
I'm an aye.
Board Member Crucy,
Aye.
Secretary Marino,
Aye.
Board Member Sandman,
Aye.
Treasurer Stanley Beatty.
Aye.
I believe Board Member Williams had to drop, so we'll mark him as an abstention from the consent calendar.
I
And I'm an
believe,
aye.
I believe so. Okay, thank
So the
you.
motion passes.
We'll just make sure we're triple confirmed with Sarah and team, but I believe that would be the case. It is so? Okay, very good. Thank you so much. All right, moving right on along. For the public, I'll note the board is reading into record several items tonight, including a quarterly summary of Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, for the public, I'll note the board is reading into record several items tonight, including a quarterly summary of LEA procurement contracts for school year 26-27 calendar and the subsequent financial update memos for the schools undergoing review and renewal. All right. Is there any new business? Oh, right. And thank you. Just for note, Vice Chair Yan, Board Member Williams will be marked as absent, and not abstention. Yeah, thank you so much. We've completed tonight's agenda. If there are no objections, I now declare this meeting adjourned. All right. Have a good night. And thank you again to the public for engaging with us. And thank you to my board.
Thanks. Good night.
Thank
Good night,
you to the
y'all.
staff.
Good
And the
night,
staff,
everyone.
yes.
Good night, everyone.